Everybody had a hard year. Nobody got their pay. What a time for the lonely ones. Thought every dog had its day. What a time for the wicked, the hungry and the brave. Ain't no time left to pretend. The car is on its way. Somebody call the cat in. We don't need another stray. If everybody had an answer, nobody'd have to wait. What a time for the righteous. The hero never came. Ain't nobody out there like us. There ain't no two stones the same. I'll be alright, 'cause I got you on my shoulder. I'll be alright. We'll settle down when we're older. We'll be alright. let some air in. It's getting hard to breathe. Won't somebody let some light in? Well, it's getting hard to see. I'll be the great liberator and set somebody free. There's time to talk about it later. Come on, we gotta leave. I'll be alright when I got you there to hold me. I'll be alright. I'd slow down if you told me it'll be alright.
All right, what's going on, everybody, and welcome. Today is a special day. It is the start of 2953 CitizenCon, and of course we have festivities going across today and tomorrow, and we'll be here for the entire show and all the panels. And of course we also have several people who are on site at CitizenCon, including H3 and Anrol and Vumik. And I've got to mute that. I hate hearing myself. All right, and of course, and announcing that, with some changes, we are actually able to multi-stream, so we are going to be doing that, and welcome everybody on all the other channels. And H3 and Anrol and Vumik, it looks like you guys had a safe trip out there. How are you guys enjoying things so far?
Oh, it's a blast so far.
And I know you guys have popped some stuff up in the community events channel.
Yep. Just kind of getting started this morning.
So
I've got my camera shared if y'all want to take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Come on. Come on, view it. Okay, why is it not pulling up your camera?
Can I click on it?
Yeah, it just brings up his profile. All right, we're going to sort that out. Of course, we are going to actually show some of the other things that they're showing here as well, too. So we will get a look at that. All right, and of course, this is on the showroom floor. It is a Drake Dragonfly full life build. Let's see. I wonder if well, no, it shouldn't be keeping you from sharing your camera.
Just remember to take the guns off before you try it.
Right. The Dragonfly looks awesome.
Let me make sure I have permissions set here. Yeah, see, I have video set to no video. Okay, so there we go. I just changed it so it allows video. There we go. Hopefully this is going to work now. Oh, come on.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Star Citizen without bugs.
Yeah, tell me about it. This carries over to Discord. It is not, you're marked as not being disabled for video, but it's not bringing up your video.
Weird.
Huh.
I see it in Discord.
Oh, okay. It was blocked by something else here. So, all right. So let's go ahead. It's teeny tiny. There we go. All right, so let me go ahead and switch over to that now. Fairly kind of empty so far.
Very red.
Oh, we were much more crowded earlier. So we've got the photo opportunity over here.
Yep, with the dragonfly there.
Yep.
That's freaking badass, a life-size dragonfly. Yeah, Hellrain, that is definitely sick. I am definitely enjoying that dragonfly. It's one year they had the Carrick ice sculpture, and then another year they had didn't they have a Kraken mock-up? One year,
Yep.
a small-scale Kraken mock-up.
Yep.
Captain Mike Sparrow, what's going on? Yeah, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for some good announcements and everything. We know what we're going to be expecting. We've talked about that over the last few streams and everything. Obviously, we've also been using the A1. We've been using the F8s and all that. It's been a great time. It is definitely supposed to be modeling after Pyro, and that's where you see a lot of the inspiration come from that. I'm going to just go away from the video here for a moment. We're going to go over and because those guys that were attending actually got a goodie bag and everything, and we're going to take a look at the thing. Now, was the goodie bag is for everybody, or was it VIP only?
It was for everyone. VIPs got a little bit more stuff.
So basically, this is a shot of what they got in the goodie bag. So they've got the poster with the schedule of the event there, and then they've got the coin as well as a pen that is celebrating the 2953. And then they got the pamphlet, which is, we'll show a close-up of that, which is a Welcome to the Pyro Area pamphlet. And then in this tube here is a limited edition poster, which actually will show what that looks like. It looks like J-Scale was able to get somebody with a photo of what it actually looks like. Oh, and they also got this, which was a journal note. You can find these journal books on the merch store with CIG, so you can find those over there. And then this is the poster that they got here, and this is, of course, the Rough and Ready poster, the graffiti that is going to be out there on Pyro and Rune Station. And that is a numbered limited edition copy of that. And then the other thing is they've got this here, knowledge sequence activated. What was the name of the computer virus attack of 2922? And then it gives them a link to go in and check it, and they can go to a booth and win a prize. Have you done that yet?
Not yet.
Did you look up the answer at least?
I was planning to.
You'll have to let us know what the prize is. And of course, this is the pamphlet, Macawin Station. Welcome, Pyro, your new home. Next great adventure starts today, right here at Macawin Station. As a valued member of the Pyrotechnic Amalgamated family, you'll enjoy the various amenities offered by this amazing state-of-the-art facility while completing your training and awaiting your specific assignment, destination. Keep this identification badge with you at all times, and feel free to get acquainted with your new home and base. So this is pretty much like their convention pass there. So a lot of interesting things that they got with that, and we're able to go in and see some of that. So thank you for showing that to us, guys. And of course, what is it that you guys are looking most forward to while you're there?
Us here.
What's that?
Us here at the convention.
Yeah, you guys at the convention. Anrol, Vumik, and UH3.
Andrew, what were you looking forward to?
I don't think we got comms with Anrol.
Yeah.
This is actually
the concept ship is what Andrew is looking forward to. I know Commerce Vimic was very interested in that. Personally, I'm just happy to be here.
And of course, this is the view of the demo room of where they're going to be able to get to do a demo of Pyro. So they have several stations set up to give everybody a chance to get a look at and experience Pyro firsthand. So definitely going to be interested to see what you guys think of that after you get to try it out. But hell of a good looking setup there for that, pretty well organized and everything. So definitely looks like it's going to be a blast. And I am determined to eventually make it to one of these CitizenCons one of these years. Just not in the books for today, that is for sure. But hopefully you guys just enjoy it.
We should try to do an org booth one of these years, Stark. I think that'd be really neat. There's some great orgs here representing.
Oh, they got booths for specific orgs?
Yeah. I think any community can participate and get a booth, so I think that'd be a really good thing to give
that
a
would
try
definitely be interesting and fun to do. Something definitely to look into for the future. Of course, it won't be at any of the ones that are going to be in Europe. We'll have to wait. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll have one in Austin. I know Lawn Dart was hoping for one in Austin soon, so maybe we'll see him pop over there or something. What's that?
I said that would be very nice.
Oh yeah, that's like right in your own backyard.
Want me to finish
3 hours away?
off?
So right now, CitizenCon is just on the timer on the Star Citizen thing. So we're actually on site out here with an Idris and a few A1s. We're going to be doing a bombing run here. J-Scale's flying right now. And of course, we got Flex and Gravity Cat here also. If you guys want to head on in, you guys can go ahead on in and do your bombing runs. And, let us know in the chat, what is it that you guys are looking forward to as part of the CitizenCon this year. It is a first this year that they're going to be doing it over 2 days instead of just one single day. Surprising that they actually are making the ship panel part of today and not making everybody wait until tomorrow for it. I fully expected that most likely if they were going to have 2-day event that it was going to be the most favorite panel, which is the ship panel every year, was going to end up having to wait until the final day. But we will be seeing that at about 6 p.m. Eastern time. Tonight is, from what I can see from the schedule, going to be the panel to catch, and hopefully we'll find out about any straight to flyyables as well as any new concepts going on there. So we'll be waiting for that. Of course, there is going to be a lunch break during the lunch break hour. We'll just be having chat and all that. We might get back into a little bit of gameplay if there's not much going on or if they're not showing much of anything. Koala, thank you very much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. And of course, that gets you entered in for your chance to win a RSI starter pack, an Aurora MR. On November 1st. All you got to do is follow on your respective channel and you'll automatically get entered into that. So good luck to everybody. That'll be on November 1st. So keep an eye on your notifications because there is a 48-hour time period to claim that before we pick an alternate winner. And of course, we appreciate everybody and always very thankful for all the support that you guys give. Check out the merch store because with the merch store, everything that gets sold from there goes towards those giveaways on a monthly basis. And actually, speaking of merch stores, there has been a lot of new merchandise posted to the CIG merch store, including a number of new items. There's a 2953 coin or pin pack for commemorating the event. There's also a new CIG Star Citizen AirPod Pro case and other things. We're going to take a look at that here in just a second. And you can now own your own bobblehead. Yes, the bobblehead is now available in the CIG merchandise store. It's $45. It's a pre-order. I think for a bobblehead it might be a little bit expensive, but it's really nice looking. It actually is on a base. I'm on the fence on whether getting one for $45 is worth it, but it looks great.
Are a little wide.
Gravity, are you flying through there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I keep getting a target friendly.
And of course, You can see the Idris down there. I would go into the turret, but the turret is definitely broken right now. It's stuck in the repositioning, so I can't really man the turret, so that's why we're in third-person view. The Peculiar, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Good to see you and welcome.
You send me a party invite, please, Dark.
I can do that.
Thank you. Also, for the turret, you just need to cycle it through deploy and it will actually work after that.
Okay, I will give that a try.
Restocking.
And I believe there is a deploy button.
Yeah, it's a toggle switch on the right side. Or sorry, the button on the right side.
No, it was a toggle.
Oh, it is a toggle? Okay.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Now I got guns.
Can you send me an invite, Dark? So.
Yep.
You all have knocked the engines and the guns off.
$45,000 to restock this thing.
Jeez. Oh.
Yes.
Hit me.
It is not cheap to restock it, just with how much it takes.
Now, I think one good direct hit with the bomb is going to kill it.
Red Samurai, what's going on? Good to see you. Yes, we are going to be seeing the Drake Cutter Scout today, and I have a feeling that's going to be the straight to flyable, which I will definitely be grabbing one of those. And Red Samurai, you got the coin. Yeah, the kitty keychain looks pretty good too. I don't use a whole lot of keychains, but we will check that out.
Trying to see where the bombs are hitting, because I'm using the targeting, but
You're
I'm
hitting
watching.
close.
Yeah, I'm watching it fall right now. It looks like
Yeah,
you're gonna be
gravity
just off
or-
the stern.
Yeah, the targeting doesn't work properly right now.
I'm trying to use the red circle.
Well, the red circle you have to match up with the green, and that's when you want to drop.
I know, that's what I'm trying to do.
It's still not working well.
No.
Yeah, no. Little. I mean, you were just right behind it with that one.
I'm sure it still damaged it.
Oh yeah, it's. I mean, all the engines are knocked off. It's really red in the back now.
Okay, so we actually have Jared on the live broadcast now. Let's see what he's gonna do, and we'll probably switch over to that. Oh, it's in pieces.
Yeah, we just gotta get the final explosion.
Let's see what he's saying.
Welcome to.
Restocking.
We did not account for the peanut gallery behind me. We are backstage at CitizenCon 2953 in what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations this year. We've got 2 days of presentations.
Biker Scout, what's going on? Great to see you.
Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of like...
Okay.
The next day over. So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like...
I'm going to exit out. We're going to get this brought up.
Let's go to the presentation.
All right, here we go. We are at CitizenCon.
I mean, honestly, I have no idea if you can hear the applause, but they're applauding my amazing performance.
Perfect hit.
Honestly, we're all dead tired putting this thing together. This is by far our biggest and
Biker,
best
all is
con
good.
yet.
Thank you. I hope you're doing well.
2 main halls. Hall A, where the presentations are happening. Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual pyro playground. I want to start talking about Hall B. So the folks, when they let in, we'd open doors.
Let me know if anybody can't hear what he's saying. I can adjust the audio if needed.
What did I call it? A pyro playground? I call it a pyro playground. Can you believe I get paid for doing this? In the pyro playground,
I'll let you know as
people
soon as you start
entered what was
talking
called
how it looks.
the rundown
All right.
entrance, which was modeled after a rundown station. Which was
Mike,
stations
Captain
that
Mike on, I will admit I do love the VTOL on the A1.
It's on its way.
I'm
Should
up
I tell
just a little bit.
What's that?
Turn him up just a little bit.
Gotcha. There we go. Let me know.
I think
if
I'm
that's
going to let
better.
the boss do that. Hey, I want to be here for day 2. We've got the return of the Dragonfly from CitizenCon 2948. Oh, I've lost 10 years. 2948, repainted with a brand new rough and ready paint scheme that is available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot. The community booths this year, if you remember from our CitizenCon 2019, they were a big new addition to CitizenCon. They were modeled after Grimheck Station in 2019. This year, they're modeled after Rundown Station. When do we get nice community booths?
Captain
they
Mike,
look
yes, I
amazing,
would
don't get me
Discord
wrong,
DM
but
if you ever win.
They're shady AF. Although, seeing some of the orgs that are in there, you're right where you deserve to be. Atlas Defense Industries, you know who you are. I was going to blame the card, but that's not on the card. We have our special guest this year, Atmo Esports, and their Fight and Flight Live. We're going to be cutting to them in just a few minutes with my buddy Dan Halbrecht. They are doing the finals of their yearly Fight or Flight.
Oh,
Fight or
yeah,
Flight.
Drake, because Fight or Flight was going to be here this
Fight or
year.
Flight contest over in Hall B, so you can check that out throughout the 2-day event. Then we've got the Content Creator Corner, where you can go and meet your favorite Star Citizen streamers and content creators, as well as Astropub. We've got... Now, that one was on the card. Talk about Salty
I think
Mike.
somebody missed it. That was supposed to be a joke.
Make sure he gets his check. General Lounge. The General Lounge, where you can meet and greet with many of the CIG developers throughout the 2 days. There's a meet and greet schedule available. It's posted somewhere in the other area, so you can go and meet all your favorite developers and John Crew. Yes, I recycled the joke. Don't look at me. He knew it was coming. The VIP Lounge, where you can go and meet your developers if you know, are a little more important.
Jenna, what's going on? Great to see you.
I'm just trying to think who that is. There's a merch store where we have some fantastic swag this year. Hold on, I'm going to show something. Hold on. With this. Professional shows.
I think Gravity Cat got killed.
Yeah, I didn't blow him up, but he got knocked around.
Star Citizen hoodie.
Yes, so
it's got a wonderful Star Citizen logo and a Banu text. Is it Banu or Shion? Who can tell me?
This is some of the new merchandise they shown here.
What? What? Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in another language. Then we've also got this really cool Drake Interplanetary Trucker hat that's available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool. You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit. Someday they'll make a hat for me. And then the coup de grace. You saw it first on a Star Citizen Live back in 2019 when folks who watched said, what an incredible waste of time. Designed live on the show.
This is the bobblehead here.
The Star Citizen bobblehead. Look at this guy. Is that in focus? He's magnificent. And he comes in a really cool box with Clark Defense Industries. Look good on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke. Or Jake. Here. And of course, a secret area that was revealed recently on the web, a welcome to Pyro with a bunch of computers, roughly 150 computers. And what that's for, I'm also going to let the boss tell you because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program. 2 days of programs, 2 days of programming representing the best stuff that our developers have to offer. Now, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon.
You're also only in an A1
so maybe
and
you've
an FA.
joined since the last one, so you don't really know what to expect. I want to prep you for this.
They've hit it with
Everything that you're about to see today. And when I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your stream was created by the developers. Not a single marketing artist. Every single one of these developers have worked tirelessly for the last 2 months putting together this content to present to you. They made their slides, they wrote their text, they created their videos. Because that's what CitizenCon is. You know, we got ISC, we got SCL, you know, that's my stuff. I do my thing. You know, but CitizenCon is where we let the developers go
it
on
didn't pay me
stage
out
and
last
talk
night because of
directly
the
to you and share their work directly for
dropped
you. So
17 bombs.
every time they go on stage, I need a big
Yeah,
round of applause.
you were
when they
able
go
to
off
go
stage.
and
I need a
rearm and
bigger
head
round
back,
of applause
huh?
because I told them they'd get
Well, the
it,
pad's right
and you're
next
going to
to
make me look bad. So give me an example of that round of applause, everybody. All right, so let's run down the itinerary for today. At 11 a.m. Pacific, which is in roughly 22 minutes, Chris Roberts, founder and CEO, is going to take the stage, and he's going to do a keynote. He's going to talk about Star Citizen, past, present, future. He's going to set some stuff up. I don't want to spoil it, but I saw the notes,
What?
and he said he uses
almost
fidelity
gave
like 3
that bomb
times.
and
So
flip this around.
prepare your bingo.
All right, I gotta go let the dog out real quick. Be right
After
back.
that is our big Shaping the Verse, the Future of Star Engine presentation. Now, whatever you think this is, I promise you, you're not prepared for it. This is, I gotta think about how I do want to come back tomorrow. I'm gonna let that present itself. But be in your seats, be ready. It's unlike anything we've ever done here at CitizenCon before. At roughly 12:45-ish, when we timed it out yesterday, Fix It and Fly It with Torsten and Guillermo from the EUPU feature team. They're gonna come and show you the current iteration of engineer, resource management, and true multi-crew gameplay.
All right, sorry about that.
Check that out. Then around 1:50, these times are all approximate, you know, from our rehearsals
Stormlands,
yesterday.
no bombs
We got
in
a
space.
cosplay contest hosted by
It's only-
Galactica, our social media manager. That's going to be right there on the stage. Then we break for a lunch. We have a lunch break. 2 p.m. Pacific, we take 45 minutes. We recharge our batteries. We fix the things that broke in the first half, and we'll be back 45 minutes later with the stream. Then at 3 o'clock, it's Talking Ship, our annual presentation by the members of the ship team, where they're going to introduce some ships you're aware of, some ships you're not aware of, some ships you're not supposed to be aware of, but you are aware of. And then...
Aren't we always aware of ships that we're not supposed to be aware
Yeah.
of?
Always.
Yeah, there's just no way of getting around that. And then finally wrapping up the day is Navigating the Universe. That's with members of our UI team and everybody that's been talking about it on Twitch and YouTube, trying to figure out what it is. You're right. Be in your seats. It's effing awesome. So, and then of course we wrap up about 5 o'clock today. I'll go on the stage and I'll tell you all to come back on day 2. And then of course the Hall A for you people, or Hall B for people here in attendance, that'll stay open till about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to see all the cool stuff in Hall B because you're glued to your seats in Hall A, you can do that for the next 2 hours after 5 p.m. So with that, I want to throw it to my compatriot over in
So
Hall
it's in
B,
here, but I
Dan
can't get it out.
Halbrecht. Dan, take it away.
All right, so showing this a little bit here
Welcome
real
everyone
quick.
to
This is the merch he
CitizenCon
was talking about, the
2953. Let's
bobblehead
go!
and all of that is on the pledge
I
store,
heard
so
a bunch of
check
people
that
over
out.
there,
There's
I heard a
also
bunch of people over
new
there. We're
mats,
back, baby, after 4 long
desk
years.
mats and
We are
everything,
finally back at the
beanies.
Los Angeles Convention
Check
Center. It has
that
been
all
since
out if you're
2019 in
looking for
Manchester,
anything.
since we've been able to see your beautiful faces in person, and we've missed you so much. Now, if you're wondering who I am, that is a very
Can you shoot it,
valid
Flex?
question. I'm the community producer
what
here
I'm
at
gonna
CIG. I produce the community content for many years. I produce subscriber content behind the scenes for many years.
Gonna be
just like that
plenty
bobblehead
of
that you guys
cosplay
saw.
people here.
You're welcome. And I also produced the Battle of the Bricks from last year, the charity stream we did with Eve. So I've been producing content behind the years for a while. If you guys have enjoyed the things I've been producing, let me know on socials. Use hashtag CitizenCon2953. If you guys have hated the things I've done, let me know on socials. Tweet me at DiscoLando. Sorry, Jerry, you're just an easy target. Where am I
Mike,
right
you
now?
need a
Well, I'm at
cutter
the community
scout.
booth section here at Hall B of CitizenCon 2953.
That
As you
is
can see,
definitely
everything is
understandable.
decorated
I
to
am
look like
looking
we are
forward to the
on
cutter
pyro.
scout.
It is fantastic to see what an amazing job these booths have done to represent their orgs, their booths, their organizations, everything. It's so cool. We're going to be visiting a bunch of them throughout the weekend, so we're only going to focus on a few right now. Come follow me right this way. We're going to focus on one of the
Alright, see
biggest
if you can get it
community
open.
orgs in Star Citizen, Test Squadron. Now, I believe these guys are one of the biggest orgs in all of, like, video games, basically. You guys are, like, one of the biggest single-player orgs for a single game, right? You guys are, like, one of the biggest orgs for, like, a single game?
We're the largest organization for Star Citizen, as well as the Guinness Book World Records for the largest MMO guild.
So they're kind of a big deal is what we're saying. They're here at the community booth section. They have a bunch of cool swag to give away. They focus on, professional gameplay. They focus on casual gameplay, all sort of career paths and job opportunities. If you guys are
This is what Vumik was talking about, getting an org booth.
Check out Test Squadron right here on the community booth section. We're going to follow me this way now over to the United Space Confederation. In a world in which the man is out to get you, one org claims to maybe.
If we had an Amrock's Fang booth, wouldn't it just be my dead body ass up with everybody else trying to heal me?
In-depth lore-driven background. So if you guys are interested in joining an org where lore is the kind of driving passion and focus of why you guys are going to be playing Star Citizen, United Space Confederacy is the booth to be checking out. They're going to be doing some giveaways. So if you guys are here on the show floor, come swing by their booth. Ask them about what they're doing. They're going to be doing so much cool stuff. Ask them about their org. Ask them about who they are. We're so excited to have them as well.
Let's see if I can push this
As
into
you
your
can see
ship.
over here, we have JRDF. I actually don't know if you're going to be able to see because there's so many people trying to buy their stuff right now. If you guys haven't heard of JRDF, well, congratulations on waking up from your medically induced coma because they go with CitizenCon like chocolate and peanut butter. They have been part of CitizenCon since 2018 with the Dragonfly in Austin. We brought the Dragonfly back. We will be showing you that a little later, but if you guys have already checked out the digital goodies pack on the Pledge store, well, you might have already gotten a glimpse. So go to robertspaceindustries.com, check out that digital goodies pack, and you'll be able to see what they brought here to CitizenCon 2953.
And there was some feedback on the pushback on the digital goodies pack. Is in the last couple of years they gave it free when it was virtual, and they've gone back to charging for it again this year, $35 US, and a lot of people forget or didn't realize they were charging for it before. So all those other goodie packs that they had that you could get, you had to buy them before, the virtual CitizenCons, and so them charging $35 for it is not abnormal.
I could be wrong. But one of those two manufacturers, you get a chance to win a free stencil of one of their new
Kragan, or just a crash ship in lieu of an actual booth. Yeah.
Come check them out. They're going to be doing
a corpse
some cool
on
stuff
fire.
today, and they're selling some cool stuff as well. Literally, when this goes off the air, probably going to break out my wallet. So that's just how cool they are. We're going to follow me back this way. Excuse me, everybody, making my way through. And sort of on the community booth side, we have the CIG section. We have the Interactables team making a live prop here at CitizenCon 2953. Again, if you guys have checked out the digital goodies pack, in that digital goodies pack is a trophy. It's a CitizenCon staple. We always include
we traded
it
places
in a digital goodies pack. Well, they're making it live here at the floor. Look at how cool that skull is. It's going to be part of the decoration of the trophy. These are members of our Interactables team in Manchester. They're currently making it live. And you can see if you look over there to the left, they're taking suggestions from members of the community. So if you guys want to make your mark here at CitizenCon 2953, come on over to the Interactables booth, start giving them a little bit more ideas, and maybe make your mark on history. Now, I don't think it can be said enough that we are so excited to have CitizenCon here for the first time in 4 years. I'm an LA native, so to have it here in my own backyard is beyond cool. It's beyond phenomenal.
I got the door open.
Everyone here who has worked so hard, whether they're at the community booths, whether they're just a regular person showing up, or they're a member of CIG who helped make this possible. We are so grateful that you guys are here. We hope you guys have been enjoying the sort of pyro sneak peek of the community booth so far. Like I said, we're going to be checking those out later this weekend, both later today and tomorrow. We're going to be trying to get all the booths, all the orgs, so you guys can see exactly what kind of passion and versatility and creativity drives the members of the verse. That's you guys. You guys are the reason why things like CitizenCon are possible. So we're going to come back over here. We're going to quickly talk to a couple more members of Test Squadron, get a little bit more about what they're about. We got Chrome, D-Seth, and D-Lefty. What's up, guys?
How's it going? It's been really great. This is my first CitizenCon, and I've been loving it so far.
And so this is your first CitizenCon. What were your expectations coming here? Like, did you think that there was going to be like a pyro setting? What was kind of your bucket list, your wish list of what you hoped would be at CitizenCon?
I was hoping for pyro, but honestly, the way that everything has been set up is above and beyond my expectation. It's amazing to be here, and it's just I expected a little bit, but the way that you guys have set everything up is outstanding.
Awesome. And do you guys have any advice for people who are trying to break into the verse? It can be overwhelming sometimes.
Put Jack
for new
Sparrow
players
hair on the trophy.
What to do in Star Citizen. So do you guys, as part of Test Squadron, have any advice for new players who are trying to make their way into the verse?
honestly, find a friend, find someone to play the system. The guide system that Star Citizen has set up is amazing and really helpful. Or to find an org like Test, you can find us on Discord, and we always have people that are willing to help you, whether that's over voice chat, over text. We will hop in and help you figure out the game, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially for new players, and that's what we're really here for, is really to make it join.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Well, as I said, they're giving away some cool swag, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, come check out their booth. We are beginning in 10 minutes for Hall A, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon,
we are 10 minutes away
your way
from the
over to
actual
Hall A.
start
We're
of
beginning
the
in
event
just
now.
a few minutes. We're going to be talking about some more stuff here at the community booth before I kick it back over to Jared. We're going to be going over to United Space Confederation. I said Confederacy before. It's United Space Confederation. Excuse me, guys. So you guys are a role-play focused org. What made you guys sort of decide to come up with this amazing, immersive backstory for your guys' org?
Well, I didn't quite catch the question.
What made you guys come up with such an intense, lore-driven background for your org?
Oh man, we've been around since the beginning, and we saw the effort that was going into the creation of the story by CIG writers, and we want to dovetail into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold choice to go, you know what? We are anti everything that's currently in the game. We are going to be so anti-UEE, it's going to make you sick. So, but you guys are like slowly starting to make your way back into like polite society now that the messers are gone, now that we kind of have a new imperator. So what's kind of the direction you guys plan on taking USC?
Well, we like the ideal of creating a little irritation and rubbing up against the man, if you will. And that's the direction we want to go, is to reestablish relations with the new government. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Like I said, we're going to be checking out the community booths throughout the weekend, so be sure to come over here. I'm going to throw it back to Jared where we can kick off our first panel of the day. Jared, back to you, and we'll see you back here again at CitizenCon 2019.
And the first panel is going to be shaping the verse future of Star Engine, so definitely some very interesting things coming out of this. So it'll be good to see what they say during this one.
Dan. He's
That's going to start in just a couple minutes.
Figured out who's. So we are here in Hall A with the community.
I'm coming for a landing unit. Won't sell that.
So as Dan said, if you're still hanging around in Hall B, it's very cool, but we are just a few minutes away from the start of the official CitizenCon 2953 festivities. So you want to make your way over here. 3,000 seats, still a few available. One next to my dad. Wait,
I want H3 and Anroll to bring me back that Dragonfly.
My dad.
Yes. I need.
Where's my dad?
All right, we're down, Gravity.
There you are.
Copy.
I still owe you money. All right.
It's pretty
so
massive.
Yeah, so again, we're just a few short minutes away from CitizenCon 2953. Thank you for enduring our sales pitch during the pre-show. I told you, CitizenCon is entirely by the devs for the community, so we wanted to take a few minutes beforehand and do all our happy marketing stuff for you and everything. But we're just about to start.
No,
so with that, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. We'll be back later on in the day. Up next is Chris Roberts, then shaping the verse.
Yeah, because actually during the virtual ones, there wasn't really much of a keynote speech by Chris Roberts, so that's coming back with this year's CitizenCon as well. There was obviously a recorded message by Chris Roberts on the last couple that were virtual, but this is going to be one of the newer ones with him actually speaking in person. Todd Bridges, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that and hope you're having a great weekend. Welcome to CitizenCon. Captain Mike, you're first live. And Vumik, H3, and Anrol are jumping off the Discord so they can go to the panel and all that. So hopefully they have fun and a good time. Kragan, Captain Mike, I mean, the CitizenCon has a lot of great info. The one big change is this year it's 2 days versus the single day ones over the last few years. And even those single day ones, they were going for about the same amount of time that we're going for today. And they had a massive amount of information. The very last thing that you would actually see them get into was the ship panel. And this year, the ship panel is going to be just after their lunch break. And of course, during the lunch break, we'll probably jump into the verse if they're not showing anything else going on. But we'll be thankfully hearing about all the new concept, about the new straight to flyable and everything else today, and not having to wait till tomorrow for it. So definitely looking forward to the Drake Cutter Scout.
I'm trying. It's not giving me anything flexible.
Alright, well, we can just go and land it, and we'll try to sell it. I think you might need to go to the drug farm for this one. This is Neo. So,
Yeah, it shows locked.
yeah, probably have to go to the drug farm, so.
And of course, we got Flex and Gravity Cat are in game trying to mess with their A1s and their F8s while we're doing this. And of course, I believe they are also watching CitizenCon as they do that. Wonder if it'll be on the store tonight. Yes, if they announce something at CitizenCon, they release it right then and there on the pledge store. So if they release the Drake Cutter Scout straight to flyable, you'll be able to go straight over and buy it as soon as they announce it. I think last year they had a glitch, or the year that they did the 400i, they had a glitch that kind of delayed the time that you purchased it, and it was like an hour later it finally ended up in your hangar on the RSI site. But yeah, it is going to be immediately available as soon as they announce it. Hellrain ready for that RSI ship. It'll be interesting, definitely to see what that is. Of course, I believe he's talking about the Zeus. There's speculation that we're going to be seeing the Zeus. I would imagine that if we do, it's going to be as a concept. And of course, that's probably the one that Jared was referring to that we know about that we shouldn't know about. And not a whole lot of information on it, but I'm definitely looking forward to that. I've got some store credit and all that I've been saving for this. So this, along with IAE and Invictus, is usually the one time a year that a lot of people save up for. Yeah, that's the one question I have with the Drake Cutter Scout, is because we don't have advanced scanning in the game yet, is are we going to see any kind of different scanning features with this than what we have available on all of the other ships? Or is it going to be one of those ones where it does what everything else does right now? We'll just see the advancement once that gameplay comes in and those features come in. Raging Casual, what's going on? Great to see you. All right, while we're waiting here, just don't forget that you can get entered in for a chance to win a Aurora MR starter pack on November 1st. All you have to do is follow on the prospective channel that you're viewing on, and you can get entered in for that giveaway. And then keep an eye on your notifications come November 1st, because that's when we're going to announce the winner, and you'll have 48 hours to claim the prize if you are a winner. And good luck to everybody. And don't forget, it does pay off even if you have a game pack now. It pays off to have another one, because those will eventually turn into usable NPCs that you can use on your multi-crew ships, and it's not going to cost you anything like a UEC. So those extra game packs will come in handy, and you can hold on to them for that purpose. Or another 2 or 3 or more. Yeah, actually, I think I have a few extra, so I could probably man up a mole pretty confidently with my extra game packs. Giga Goose, what's going on? Good to see you. And we've got about 3 minutes here before we kick over to the keynote speech. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys, well, they've got music playing, so I'm not going to play music over that. But we will do this. I'm going to step away for 1 quick second. I'm going to leave it on the CitizenCon screen here, because if my luck, if I cut away, something's going to happen and you guys won't be able to see it. But I'm going to get another drink out of the fridge, and I will be right back. Let's go, let's go.
device has been deployed, choosing pirates NPCs.
One deployed one person proper.
Oh, cool.
It's next to the wreck site.
Oops. That explains all the wackiness that was going on over there.
I can't believe how many bombs it just took to blow the Avengers.
Well, they all weren't direct hits, though, right?
No, not all of them, but there was 10 direct hits before you all got there.
He dropped it pretty quick, but blowing it up was a whole nother matter.
Yeah. Yeah, the soft death was easy and fast.
Yes, can't sell the neon here either.
All right. Can't sell the neon. You can only sell the drugs, I think, at the like Good Times, things like that, and those kinds of
This
stations.
might have needs too.
This is true. And yep, H3 show this here. H3 threw a picture into the thing. People are T-posing in Hall A on their chairs. So you gotta love that.
That's what Chris needs to see. So check out the video.
Here we go. All right, so this is starting officially now with the keynote speech from Chris Roberts. And there he is. He's actually at the event.
Well, hello, CitizenCon 2953. It's really, really good to be back in front of all you guys in person after 4 years being shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you, old faces, new faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, CD alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So it's an in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro.
150, damn.
Beginnings of Pyro, not Pyro.
And I'd like everyone to know that the people that
Take
are here
what you can get
person,
here, J
we're
Scout.
going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works. This year is the most excited I've ever been at a CitizenCon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years.
Sandworm.
Anyway,
You're still holding on to that from 2016?
No.
And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days. So hopefully you like it. And a lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in. And it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen. So I'm very, very excited on that. So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So, hang on. It's gone backwards now. It needs to, come back. There you go. Sorry. So we thought this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics on our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So let's run that video.
All right. So it looks like possibly my stream is skipping a bit. Aegis, yeah, I'm not sure if you lagged or if it might be my stream that lagged. I'm going to check the settings here in just a second. Oh, now their stream is lagging.
Your voice is cutting in and out, Dark. It might be on your end.
Yep. One of Bananas, yeah, they show a ton of demos on this. Freaking unbelievable.
Yep.
Yeah, looks absolutely freaking amazing. Live capture from Ron Dog. Well, we know it's not Papa Freedom because he hasn't crashed yet. Yeah, it will be nice once the tram ride is that smooth. That is for sure. Yeah, the demos absolutely blow my mind. They really do. They do such a good job with these. And again, one point that Jared was making is like everything with CitizenCon is done by the developers, not marketing. Yep. Oh, maybe they're giving away the location of the Pico Cave. Maybe that's just because you haven't found it. Which, by the way, don't forget, I do have a bounty out on the Pico Cave. If you can find the Pico Cave and take us there from a fresh load-in, I will award whoever finds it a Drake Cuddy Black. That is still an unclaimed and standing bounty out there. Yeah, they are flying pretty slow above the river, but then again, they're also not trying to win a race while going over top of it. Yeah, right, Gravity Cat. That's an animal. I don't want to know what, not sure what that animal is, but damn, something else that can kill me most likely. Food. Yeah, we're gonna have to go hunting. Yeah, that's a settlement. That's one of the settlements that they've showcased before.
Yep.
I mean, could we be seeing, being closer and possibly getting wildlife into the game here soon? I mean, the thing had 6 udders. Are we going to get blue milk? Yeah, that would be the creature tech there, Kragan. 6 times the calcium, yeah. Volumetric clouds. We already have volumetric clouds. That's definitely one thing you're not going to get in other space sims is that seamless ground to orbit transition and, you know, without load screens and stuff. There we go. We're going to get announced that we're going to have J.J. Abrams lens flare. Yellow. You know what? I would not complain if they made that our new quantum effect. I would love to see a new quantum effect. That's one thing I will say I like about the alien ships is that you do get a little bit different quantum effect between what you see normally, and then you got the Banu and the cartoon wall and all that gives you a little bit of a different effect. The Talon. Biker space cows, very, very possibly. I mean, we just saw them in the demo. I am all for the space cows. Could that be the short-range quantum burst? I mean, possibly, but I mean, they were going from Microtech out to Crusader. I wouldn't call that short range. I would consider short range to be more like Yella to Selin and Selin to Seraphim. Comes Orson. Orson, I will say, has some of the best sunrises and sunsets in the game. You can actually just go park on top of one of the cargo ships floating around the city and just sit there and watch it. Oh, I've fallen off of there plenty of times. There's our space whale. I still gotta catch up on that. That and Loki. I gotta catch up on Loki too. She's inside the space whale. MSR. Okay, there are our space whales. That looks freaking awesome. Can you imagine just flying into Orson trying to avoid the space whales? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, my time in the Coast Guard, we'd get held up going into the port of Seattle just because a pod of orcas was in the way. We had to sit there and wait. Are you going to get fined if you accidentally nosedive into a space whale? That is a really, really nice effect. be a jump gate?
Yeah, about to jump the pyro.
Raging of all the things they've shown so far, the dang whales get the biggest response from chat. I mean, they've been talking about the space whales for a couple years now, so it had the potential to become another sandworm, and it's nice to see that it hasn't, because it was very, very much a big part of the announcement of Orison, and the fact that even on the space whales, you're supposed to be able to like mine minerals off their back. Here comes the jump gate.
That looked awesome. It looks awesome.
This is a lot more refined than what we saw in the first presentation of the jump gate animation with CitizenCon 2 years ago.
That was disturbing. Like a colonoscopy in space.
Yeah. I mean, again, you're also going to be able to find back doors and other things using the Carrack with this jump point detection. You're going to be able to find unmapped jump points that will take you to where you want to go and such as well. And here is Pyro. Look at that. Of course, keep in mind, Pyro is going to be a lawless system. It's actually going to be overrun with gangs and other pirates. Fuel and commodities are going to be few and far between all the different areas, and the space of Pyro is what they say, like 3 or 4 times the size of Stanton, and fuel is not going to be the easiest thing to come by, and pretty much anything you go in there is going to be risk versus reward, because you're going to risk having the pirates actually come and take the stuff from you. Gravity Cat food, yeah, food's gonna be really sparse. Interesting. We are gonna possibly be getting tattoos in space. I will be all for that. That would be awesome.
Yes, tattoos look amazing.
I am no stranger to tattoos, so being able to do my character in game with them would be only a bonus. Gravity Cat, you want scars? They mentioned that scars, should be coming along with everything else. This is like Grim Hex on steroids. Badger, what's going on? Good to see you, buddy. Want a banana soon? I can't wait for Pyro to be in and be able to check that out. The other thing you gotta remember with Pyro is jump drives are not going to be on every single ship, so there's only going to be certain ships that are going to be able to go through the jump points. Smaller ships that don't have jump drives are going to have to find some way to transport them through. Now, last year we got a good look at all the different planets of Pyro. I would say Pyro 5 had the big scar across the surface of the planet, or was that Pyro 4?
Don't remember.
Jesus. Just looks absolutely gorgeous. Ah! It's a reclaimer. Is that thing smoking?
Like a reaver.
Oh! Fire! Hey, that burrito said 10 minutes. Yeah, he made me toast again. Oh, that is gorgeous. Like, I really need anything else to worry about trying to kill me. This just means that Gravity Cat, as an engineer, you failed your job if this happens. That's when you just take it out into space and vent the interior out into the zero atmosphere. No oxygen, no fire. Yeah, that is true. Gravity Cat, yeah, I can completely believe you will be the one that will disable the fire suppression systems. Badger, sorry to hear that you're feeling rough today. I hope you can feel better, my friend. Get yourself healthy. This is still off of Pyro 3. Oh yeah, this was the one with the yellow fields of algae and everything. I have a feeling the first panel is going to be nothing but a demo. Raging. You wouldn't be too far off. I have a feeling I'm going to find a way to ignite fires very quickly once it comes in. I mean, I did crash and destroy everybody on board and my A1 within the first 2 minutes of having it. Another settlement. Oh, look at that water. Simulation of the puddles that are on the ground reacting to the Gladius. But don't forget, everybody, this game is a scam. This is a scam. I'm signing up for it for good. Raging, yeah, this is absolutely phenomenal. Where's the mining rocks? I'm sure they're going to get to that. They're going through every other gameplay feature and gameplay thing here. I've got my store credit ready to hit that buy button on the Drake Cutter Scout for sure. Oh. Nope, yeah, that would be my flying. Pico? He caused it. Finley and Francis are the only real ones worth saving. He's got a nosebleed. Raging, not necessary to show it for low flying skills. You know, and I said something in the video I made about some ordinary gamers, Mudahars, kind of go over Star Citizen and all that stuff. And he made a good point that in the technology that they're building, they're going to make far more off of being able to license that technology than they'll ever make off Star Citizen itself.
I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well. And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about it on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great. But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beauchesseau, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium.
Okay, I'm going to leave this running while
along with him and
quick.
Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really, really happy to have them. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So Benoit, come up to the stage.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good, thank you.
All right.
Bonjour! Bonjour, CitizenCon. We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically, and just being able to interact has been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setup.
Not necessarily. It doesn't.
And so what
really
we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic. for us to improve the stability of the game. So thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much.
Yeah, keep in mind, 3.2 could easily be right around IAE time or just after IAE, and 4.0 could still hit PTU within this time year frame.
All the people you will see in the next couple tech panels are really the best of their crafts in the world. They are infused.
I would not expect 4.0 live until the end of first quarter.
Tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless optimism that this game can
Thank
be
you,
made,
Flex. I appreciate that, sir.
Can be achieved. And so, without further ado, but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new. So as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's exactly what we're going to look at today. And so without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco, who will show you all the cool and amazing features of our engine and the challenges that we face. Thank you so much, guys.
4.0 2026.
Hopefully by then.
Resolution now. Thank you. We appreciate you being here
Thanks,
as well.
Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about
what are
Star
bananas?
Engine
No,
today.
I don't expect that
We
what
have
we
been
saw in that
developing
demo was
Star
going to
Engine
be
for
in-game
many years
specifically.
with
We
the
know
goal
that
of
it was
creating
definitely
an
a
online
graphics
living universe.
CGI kind of
But
mock-up. It's
creating
not
a
indicative
universe
of actual
is
gameplay.
not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming. This is not a single-player game, so creating this universe online is making everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical Star Engine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones.
Gravity, I would say I agree with you on that one.
700,000 streamed in entities and millions of entities overall in
Being
the
in
solar
development
system.
is not a bad thing, and it just means that there are better
150,000
things to come.
updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to showcase today. I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog, worked on by Custom Venza in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They are truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They are not just a post effect, as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather.
Gravity
Another
Cat, yes,
component
blinded
is
by
the
the
new
light.
ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray. And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more variation and details.
Looks good.
The shape noise
Oh, it
blending
looks
and vertical
absolutely
variation has been
spectacular.
improved a lot.
I mean, even flying in ArcCorp right now, you can get that low-level cloud that you can't even see the top of ArcCorp Tower and get kind of lost, but this just takes it to a whole nother level.
And I was just thinking, this is what we need, more stuff to make us dark doesn't see the ground coming.
Hey, at least I won't know the pain's coming.
Also, we made improvements to shorten long distance read, and the tiling is less visible.
Yeah, there's plenty of areas you can get clear skies there, Gravity Cat. Yella, Sullen, where there's no atmosphere. Aberdeen and Ariel, you're just going to have the P yellow clouds. Yeah, the weather has been spectacular for sure.
It's the expanse music.
And
look how much better that looks. Holy crap.
And best of all, we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
That's amazing that that's coming.
That is.
That's really cool.
That's exciting. I mean, like I said, don't get me wrong, what we got now is freaking phenomenal, and this just takes it to a whole nother
Hi everyone.
area.
So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the director of visual effects.
30Ks, here we come.
I'm Ali Brown, the director of
Hopefully
graphics
not,
and
Gravity.
procedural
Hopefully
tech.
not.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here. Really excited to show you. We're going to be showing dynamic fire in Star Engine.
Oh, here we go with the fire. Ew, it's going down.
So dynamic fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and
Yeah,
multiplayer
Kragan,
experiences.
I hope they say that a lot with
It
all these
creates
features that
emergent
we'll see
sandbox
in the next
gameplay, and it can be used by
322.
designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players.
Oh, there's my reclaimer again.
And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense.
I mean, if you
Okay,
look at
so
some of the
how
graphics
do
on the
fires
ground,
start
it
in
looks
Star
like
Engine?
liquid
Well,
pool
there needs to be
fire.
a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels.
Nice, you can be
And there's
a
actually multiple ways
Yeah,
the fire can be
does that mean
extinguished,
that I'm going to have
including
the annoying
removal of
beeping that I
heat,
get from my smoke detector in my
for example,
house
using the
throughout the
fire
whole ship?
extinguisher, which is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that.
Gotta have the
The removal of
PPE, yes,
oxygen,
for sure.
example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum. Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy.
You know what? One
And if you let
question
it
I
get this
have,
bad,
and
it's probably
they
time to
actually
consider
addressed it
repairing
at
your
some
ship.
point. When are we going to have reflections?
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties.
Jasko, you
that
remember
each
when they
surface
were
is made
talking
from,
about
whether it's
reflections
wood
were
or
coming?
metal.
It was
But
like
not
2
only on
years
the
ago?
surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface. You might see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, what the mass is, the energy density, combustion temperature, air-fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition and then we're off. So here's our debug mode that shows us what's going on in the simulation and is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke, and the fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned,
Need a
when you vent
flamethrower
a
to help
room,
combat
not
the
only are you
flame.
removing
You
the
know,
oxygen and putting the fire
I'm
out,
waiting for
but
the
if the
first
temperature
glitch
remains
in
the
which we
same,
get the Ricky
if
Bobby,
oxygen
it's
is
the
reintroduced,
invisible
the fire will
fire.
reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real
Kind of like
life.
how we get the, like we get the compartments that for some reason have no oxygen. We're gonna have invisible fire.
So what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors,
Very true. If it's already
but all
burnt,
interior
can't burn
spaces really,
again.
and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently, and we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
Okay, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals in Star Engine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals. Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and wear. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel as an optimization, a cluster being a representation of voxels close to each other.
Cracking, yeah, help
And then
me,
we bring in the
Oprah,
fog.
help
So
me,
this
Tom
is height-laid
Cruise.
volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room, and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating
The
that.
funny thing is, the invisible fire is a real thing.
So to finish, we're going to
can't
take a look at all of
what
that put
driver it
together
was, but there
in the game.
was a
Thank you.
accident in a real race that the fuel they were using burned clear. And people were actually injured and affected by invisible fire. So invisible fire actually is a real, and there's that Pico. That Pico was at the crash of the Gladius. I'm starting to wonder if Pico might be the cause. Even the extinguisher effect was freaking awesome. Gotta save the Pico. The thing that I wonder is, are they
Thanks
going to
very
take
much, everyone. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
compartmentalization into account? If you block off the doors to the area affected by fire, can you actually contain it?
Hello everyone, I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in Star Engine. So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and
The
we
sneeze
wanted to
that
give
would
it
not
a
happen.
major
Alcohol
upgrade.
fire, yeah, methanol.
We were
I
going to
think
set
was
three
what it was.
ideas that we wanted to impart on our water.
Yeah, it
we
was
wanted
like
to
the
look as
entire
good as
pit got
possible,
affected
obviously.
by it.
We wanted it to look realistic. We wanted it to be beautiful. We
Yeah,
want it
Mike,
to be
I know a lot of people are
emotion
still calling for
constantly.
night
It should
vision
always
as
be
well.
moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into
Resolution,
the ocean.
I'm more than happy to.
I'm going to
Appreciate
talk
you being
about
here
our
to
updates
view
to
it.
the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So
And
first
actually,
of all,
with
the water shaders,
recent
particularly
changes,
the
we
ocean
will
and the river ones, were
be
in
dual
dire
streaming
need
all
of
of
a
our
major
content
upgrade.
now,
They were
going
currently
forward.
using a technique called deferred
And
shading,
you'll
which
be
is
able
really
to catch
fast
on
and
your
fantastic
respective
for opaque
channels,
objects,
and
but does
we are
not
here every
translate
Tuesday,
well
Thursday,
for
and Sunday at
transparent
7
ones, which,
p.m.
of course,
Eastern
water
Time.
is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, and adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect. This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it is demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray march clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who works on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wavecraft light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves. It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous. Here we have the multi-layered foam. And from a distance, we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4. Next, we have water volumes on Horizon. There you go. And this last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference. So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple. But even
we
as
have
he's
enough
stepping,
trouble walking
the
through
toe
wind
is
right now.
being
Is
dragged
puddles
through the
really a
water,
good
moving the
idea?
water
We're going to
accurately.
fall,
This is
get
not a
incapped,
cop-out. We're
and
doing
drown.
this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one.
Nice.
Right, the one more thing that we had to look at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time. We still need to get that information onto the water, though, and that's a bit trickier. So what we devised is yet another set of regions. Now, the regions are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen wherever something is contacting the water, and that needs to happen regardless as to whether you can see it, because if there's a collision going on there, I look away, and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet, but it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our work going forward. And here's a really good video of some of it in action. I'll just let that play. This is the debug mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the foam properly. It looks really nice. Really happy with this one.
Can't wait till that's in the game.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, at one point last year, just
So what we're going to do in a second
over a year
is
ago,
I'm
they
going to
talked
turn on
about
the
bringing
debug mode
in,
so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these grey
water-based,
boxes. They light up green when there is a hit
gameplay,
inside the box. We've
whether
also
it
got
be
different
they talk
sizes
about the
going on. If you're
caves
looking at the
under
shore
the
there, there's
water
a cluster
or
of
ships
text.
that are
That is
able
a whole
to
bunch of other
stay on
regions
top
because
of
there's
the
some
water.
stuff floating there causing little ripples.
We're going to have different water
and as you see,
interactions
these scale
as
properly.
far
We
as
can
that
add
and being
the
able
results
to
from multiple
dive
sizes of
down
simulation
and
together,
find
and they influence and
submerged
interact
caves.
with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there. It works pretty nicely. I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out. So, what does that look like when we bring it all together? What's it going to look like in game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the Star Engine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it. So I'm just going to let that play out for you. Forward in a second, you're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there. And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output.
We're going to need windshield wipers. Yeah, that's true. Rain-X, yeah, there you go.
And that's us. Thank you so much, CitizenCon. Handing back over to Ali.
Yeah, 890 is one that they definitely looked at to be a possible floating ship because it does
Hello
just
again.
look like a yacht.
So, I'm here to talk to you today about a few other graphical things.
What were you
going to
say, J-Scale?
I'm really proud of the work
There's
we've done
gonna
on
be
the
guys in
fire and the
spacesuits at
water.
the jump
They're
points,
both
cleaning
amazing
windscreens.
features. But I'm going to talk to you about a few smaller features and a few longer-term R&D features we're coming in on the visual side. This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the face to tell a little bit more story on our characters. So this blood, sweat, and tears system is something we implemented recently, and it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra blood flow when you're tired or upset. So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic.
This
we have
comes back
complete
to the
control
moist
over everything.
eyeballs.
We can keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even simulate blood, like here.
That's a head injury.
So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game with our rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them.
Oh, here
and
you
they
go,
thought it was a
Flex.
real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do,
I
we
think
have
there's
these
still
type of-
some
we
scopes
used
that
to
are
use
bugged
these type
out
of
in the
fake
game.
Scope meshes, what you see here, which is where we type of slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes you put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game. So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got an infinite projected red dot scope sight. We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it.
Most of your
You see it
scope
works when
shadow
you don't have to be
yeah.
actually holding the rifle for it to work.
Nice.
We've got a correct emulation of eye relief on the scope. So we have the blur, distortions, chromatic aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an
Kill
EMP,
that
you're going to
Pico.
have the display's going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game. And I think I've kind of mentioned before, but it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that.
I don't know of any other game that has anything
Next
like
feature
that.
I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of.
Yeah, I was going to say, I tried the
just to give you an insight how this
HDR, and
works,
I
we've
switched
got
back
something
because I
called
wasn't
unified tone
exactly
mapping
excited
curve.
about it.
And this is the process where we map the real life colors of real life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin
True,
tones. We don't want
Biker
them
Scout.
turning red or white or doing everything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time, and we're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing. We've got CIGs, we've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR. We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well. They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs, so it's important to get you all 3 so you could have a choice of what you want to look at. On the left here, I've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later, but basically we can get about 2 times GPU performance if you're interested in using the upscaling technique. Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first. Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets, it helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically for your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows. I think it's Microtech. The shadow maps, so you see the normal shadow maps that fill in half the scene. But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking floating.
Nice. You don't even think about
Next up,
it,
just
but
want to
what a
talk about
difference it
planets
is
for a
when
little
you
bit.
see it side by side.
Something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, we don't have beaches at the moment. We'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we get asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation and rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps, and we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be,
almost
or the River
a year
Nile, or
for a
Mount
single
Everest.
planet
And that's what we
environment
want.
to where they
So
got
to get
Planetech
that,
V4
we need
and
to
they could do it
replicate
in
the
weeks.
complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got three options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, Terragen, things like this. We could simulate all these processes in the engine.
Yeah, hopefully we
But
start
we've
getting
started some
planets
R&D a few months ago
fast,
on
you know?
whether we can use machine learning to do some of this.
Well, I mean,
So
my
just to give you a quick
understanding and my
idea of
belief
how
is that
would
when
work,
Pyro
or how it
comes
could
in,
work,
it's going to have
if you just
all
start
of
with
its
some random
planets
input
in
here,
place.
just like some noise. We run it for a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had zero art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get like added together, and to avoid any seams in the image. And just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you. So the last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan. This has been ongoing for quite some time.
Oh, here we go.
Taking a lot longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering, which is often the bottleneck for the game, so that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We also get better control of memory with advanced GPU features like resizable bar. And it also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running.
Cheers
live
to you,
captured,
brother.
So, I can't remember
It's a
which
weekend
is this,
here,
but
and
it's
having
all
a
working
couple
fine now. There's a
of
couple of hitches
beverages
in
over the
performance,
weekend
so
is
we can't
not
quite release
a
it yet, but
bad
we're
thing.
Looking into them
with
the last
moderation.
few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully
We'll
we'll
be
release it
probably
soon.
floating between a soda here and there.
So, like I said, the one thing, or one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Oh, ray tracing would be awesome.
Hi, I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination. So, as Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it.
We can drink that as long as you're safe and careful. That's the important
thing. Would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far. But first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting.
Of course
that's
they use
not
the
global
Pico.
illumination, but that's the
They
sun,
use
lights
Pico
in the
for
level,
everything.
that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now,
bring me Francis. I want Francis.
Now, for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy
Pico
GI here,
number
just to aid the
42 is a
comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool.
Yeah, I did mention the reflections earlier. Reflections was something they talked about a year and a half to 2 years ago, that it was on the cusp of being done, and then they went to try to implement it. It did not go well, and they took obviously it wasn't something they could keep in there, and we haven't revisited it since. So really, eventually we should be able to get reflections in the game. It'll just be a matter of when we're going to see that. I mean, reflections is such a minor thing. It's not a game breaker, so it's not probably going to receive the highest priority. The ray tracing looks freaking just phenomenal. It really does kind of tone down that kind of blinded by the light thing that Gravity Cat was mentioning earlier with that ray tracing. Yeah, Biker, you don't want to be a vampire forever. I can understand that.
So next up, the boring or the interesting bit. How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse, smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good. And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room. And the new system is about 25,000 probes that are all on screen at the same time. And we're going to see that now. So here's a scene that I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things. And there is the final composite.
Nice.
Nice. So, what else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene. Ooh. And that means that the art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it.
Nice looking. That, I mean, unreal what they're doing with the lighting in this game.
So yeah, there's two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with. First off, cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the...
Shadow...
lights.
What's that?
At the moment, we capture that cockpit
lights.
probe in a setup scene, and then
You
we
mean
don't
the
update
two
it
that are
as you're
right in
flying
your
around.
face as
So
you're
you're not
flying
going to
the
get the sky
Terrapin?
color in, and you're not going to get the ground
You know,
color in.
it's the one thing about the
And then we've got
Terrapin that
opposite
doesn't bother
problem
me.
That I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays, sometimes they're light, you land somewhere
Yeah,
dark, you
Shadow
open up
Jack.
the doors, and now you've just got this weird
It
little
looks so much better.
light room with nothing spilling out of it. So
I think
again,
I'm the only
let's have a
person that the
video.
Terrapin lights don't bother.
Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little, but then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, there's more.
Gravity Cat, no,
See,
I
one
do
of the
not like
concerns
the
we
Terrapin.
had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing or seeing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them.
Why do you think I increased the have to fly the
Trying to
Terrapin
create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as
redeemed to
creating a new high bar.
150,000?
And the idea for this is basically to take that single
That way
room,
less people-
environment probe
less people
system
can
that we have
afford
been
it.
using,
No
update
fun.
it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just it's overly lit, let's be honest. And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have
Released it on
noticed
the
also the ship
PS1.
is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system.
Oh, hell yeah, it is.
And finally, I'm just going to show you a to-do list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now. I've been Ben Parry. Next up, we've got Star Clock with Chris Rain.
And this panel is actually slated to go until about 3:30, in which we'll go to the Fix It and Fly It and Resource Management panel.
Hello, everyone.
So we are coming up on the next one here very soon.
I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but three new physics of our physics engine. And I would like to start off by introducing Star Cloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video.
Gravity Cat Star here. I want Star Bald.
So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides
Really?
with the ground. You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body. We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects.
That's disturbing.
Yeah, really.
You can play football in any outfit.
The football's playing him.
Starcloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses.
He's going to start doing the chicken dance. Nice knees, yeah, really. Those are star shoes.
Starcloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand-optimized. It's immersive and believable.
Jack, if they have him start
it's
doing
a
the
realistic
Macarena,
simulation
then this
based on
broadcast is
physical
gonna be over.
properties. It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this. The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance.
I want to see Gravity Cat wearing the Ninetales armor
Back
with
to
the
the football.
cloth physics,
Everything that is
interacting with the
dynamically
fire physics
simulated
as he
is
burns
able to
from
interact with the
running
cloth
through with his
from
cloak
ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment, so brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how there is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm, and another jump where the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything. We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game.
No, Shadowjack, you're not
simulation
terrible.
step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice. Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling.
You know how much salt this is going to create from people going, why are we working on the way that cloth moves within the game when we still don't have ships
One
that are in?
area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when
definitely
multiple
moist
pieces
eyeballs.
of garments layer on top of
Shadowjack,
each other.
yeah, no, I think
Like
this
a
is great. I have
tight-fitting
no
jacket
issue with them
that
doing
lies
this
on
because
top of the
obviously
pants, as you can see in the
these
image
guys are not
above.
the same guys that are working on ships and
This
stuff
is a
like
very
that.
difficult
so.
region to simulate properly because
But
you don't
people are
have much
going
space,
to
and the
throw
simulation
salt as to
collisions
why
have
we
to be
worry about how
absolutely
a
accurate.
hospital gown flows.
This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect.
Now, the bad thing is Betty already gives me crap for not ironing my clothes in real
You
life.
see
She's going to get on me about ironing my
A
clothes in Star
rendering
Citizen
with
now.
a high-fidelity cloth disabled. And here, the same scene with it enabled. To be continued, tomorrow much more can be seen about Starcloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out.
Yeah, that one I'm definitely interested in seeing the character customization changes that they're going to be making.
So, next up, Star Hair. Currently, we have the ability to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and
I
when
just want them to
these
bring
joints
back
move
completely
due to
bald.
the pendulum simulation,
I
the hair
am
moves
upset
with
since
it.
they took that away.
This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some
Flowing
complex
nose hair,
hairstyles.
yeah.
Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw
Shadowjack,
geometry
yeah.
you saw
I mean,
in the
they
previous
improve these
image.
things, yeah. It's
you
gonna
can see many
lead to
strands
better
of hair,
FPS.
and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands.
Biker, yeah, I mean, you got to keep in mind the ships that people
This is
pay
a
for they
single
don't have yet. That's
strand
handled by a
isolated
completely
from the
different
rest.
team.
As
And the
these are
advancements
simple
that they make
triangle
on these
meshes,
little
we
bits
initially
here will
thought
actually benefit
we
other
could
things in the
simply
way
use our
physics
cloth
interacts with
simulation
things. But these are not the
and
guys that are putting the
simulate
ships
such a
together,
strand
so
like a
it
sheet
makes
of
sense
cloth.
that they're actually
That
working on
didn't
these
work
types
out
of
at
things.
all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engines. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much
Absolutely,
simpler.
Shadowjack, it is all part of the whole.
So, and hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Cosserat rods. A Cosserat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like.
Shadowjack, I mean, when you get into like engineering components, you got things that can apply to like hanging wires and different debris that's hanging down from the ceilings of ships. It can definitely be applied to different things throughout the game.
So this is a test of various head movements.
Probably to some degree,
see
even
how
like
the
grasses
hair
and
reacts.
flowing
hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all the hair strands.
So nuts that they've got.
We
the
will have
strands
characters
all
being able to run their
individualized.
hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically. A barber simulation next.
Oh, there you go, J-Scale, barber simulation.
This is what's holding up Squadron 42.
Yeah.
Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I can't say I know of any game this detailed either.
Next, I
Oh
would
my
like to
God, you gotta
introduce
be kidding me.
Maelstrom,
I'm
a
not looking at their
physically-based
chat right
destruction
now.
system.
And yeah, that's
I would
that's
like
supposed to be
do
the
that with
highlight
a
of this.
video
I
that
mean,
I
not the
believe
highlight, but the
speaks
basis
for
of this to
itself.
see the programming advancements and the advancements in the tech and the features. You know, those are people that are there to see one thing and one thing only, and that's the new ships that don't have much of any interest in anything else. I mean, these are all steps forward in advancement for the game in general. Nice.
See the water splashes?
I know, that's nice. Especially
We
like
want
explosion.
players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision has to actually happen in the engine or in the game.
Shadowjack,
so we
yeah, it
decided
is.
to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate
Gravity Cat,
damage,
that's gonna be another
but rather
gameplay
have
loop,
damage
contractor.
be calculated from a physical model and
You have
from
to
the
get your
physical
contracting
material
license and you go and
properties
rebuild
of each
areas that
entity.
you destroy.
If something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion.
You didn't catch
If you
it, but
shoot
they
off a
said
wing,
masonry in
the missiles and
322.
weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with.
Lumber repair
From the
lasers,
hierarchical
yeah.
representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy
Instead of
on
a multi-tool,
higher level
you'll have a
item
orbital
for
sander.
items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on.
Yep,
Maelstrom
Shadowjack, there you
is
go.
persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily.
Black & Decker and Ryobi are going to be new backers of Star Citizen.
To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing.
It's the precursor to the Pioneer.
We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating or rather absorbing energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons.
Yeah,
and
really.
also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints.
Munching.
And they also embed the
Shadowjack,
hierarchy
I have a
of
feeling
all
we'll find
physical
out at the end of
geometries.
this speech as
They
to when they
essentially
anticipate, or at least a
represent a
time frame
ground
idea.
truth of the entire
They won't tell us
hierarchy
an
necessary
exact
to
unless they're
perform
ready to
all our
release it.
goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the Gladius. I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom before we continue.
Nice.
You didn't tell us you were in this.
You missed the Pico.
No, I saw the Pico.
We needed to find
No,
a good
you missed it
way
with the
to
ship.
easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams. In essence, a cantilever a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body. We then project forces from impacts and explosions onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams experience. Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels.
I would imagine this would also pertain to breaking rocks and mining.
Physical material properties influence damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create.
This may involve an A1 or an A2. Yeah, it did.
So,
Pico survives.
Damn you, Pico.
So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Great. Thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far, I mean, you guys think this is going to change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay. So we've seen updates from fire, water, we've just seen force, we've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's going to show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi CitizenCon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player, and with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should
While
feel
we're
a
on
real
audio,
sense of danger.
I am going to
when you're armed,
see if
you
Miss
should
Bailey
feel the
needs to
dangerous
go
power
out.
that you
I will
hold
be
within
right
your
back.
hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action. They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result. The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener. Let's show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this.
Sounds a lot better.
Yes. Vacuum space.
But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat. Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism? The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time. And a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option.
I did nothing.
Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally,
it definitely sounds
making
like it has
impacts
more
seem
depth
bigger,
to it.
more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area. With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience. Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact.
Do we see the radar? No, I don't
That's
see
all from
really
us for
a
now.
specific
We
radar,
look forward
no.
to getting these new audio features into your hands.
The FPS radar?
Yeah.
And you said dodge better.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. So,
Persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology, and I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech, and I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit.
Yeah, I have to go back and
just
take
give you
another
a little
look
bit
at
an
that.
overview what you see here.
Of course, the replication
set up
layer is
everything.
what we know is coming in next for server meshing.
One moment. Sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window.
Going live, we can't see this going
And on the
bad.
bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that. This is live, all right. So again, on this side, you see
I'm
the
waiting
client.
for him to be 30K'd.
And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time.
2 launchers is poor PC.
On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in.
I have a
I'm
feeling his
showing a
PC is
small,
powerful enough to handle
demonstration level.
whatever he can throw at it.
And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right.
Unless your entities freeze at
Wait for my client to
25,083
come up
on
and,
launch.
join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server, everything streams in, and my client gets connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that
Star
chart,
Citizen
and we had
Minecraft
real-time
edition.
created everything
Really?
for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations.
He didn't have to wake up in a hab.
His undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red.
Okay, dog is
And
barking.
each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system. And this allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So let's spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single chart. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player join. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think you see him over there. Hey, Ben.
Shoot him. Oh, yeah, huge shot.
Sorry. Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. And so this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit. And the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. Should come back online in a second.
Pingus. I wasn't sure what he was saying there.
And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state. It restored the state, and the simulation just continues.
Are Pingus going to be this year's Deer Licks?
As before. So this will be, again, this is very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But there's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game.
No.
And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here.
Huck, stop.
All right.
Bailey's just getting
Simulation
everybody all
continues.
riled
I can
up
see
now.
Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh.
Is this the very first steps to the end of 30Ks?
Doubtful. And PTU is still up, by the way.
All right.
Oh, is it?
So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic.
Server moosh.
Each server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, okay, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone. And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on the green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity. And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone.
It's a PTV in its natural state,
Always
on fire.
fun to blow stuff up, right? All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate. And that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see as I drive around with this bug between the zones, I will switch between the different servers.
All right.
But there's more to this. So remember when I turned on the streaming earlier? The same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like, obviously, in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming comes into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that red, into the red zone. What happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now, on this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red area, you will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running at live. Running in live with a bit more things going on. Get out of this buggy. And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point, and I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team, big shout outs to the online services team, big shout outs to Chris to let us doing this.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
Nice.
We did it!
So he does have a tan going on. I don't think, I'll be surprised if they say we see this in 3.2.
That's right.
You guys
and your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it
We
right.
know that they're going to
really
start
build
phasing it in.
So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard to deliver all this
They
amazing
originally
stuff
said it was going to be
that
part
will
of
be
4.0.
either in your hands now or in your hands very soon. And this is just the beginning of CitizenCon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
Yeah.
That's what we need for this MMO, guys. That's what we need.
All right.
Great demo, by the way. That's good.
So I think that's pretty much the conclusion of the first panel here, possibly on Star
Thank you, guys.
Engine.
Thank you.
Keep in mind, they did say to keep an eye on all of CIG's socials out there. They're going to be doing different things at different social media platforms. I've got their X account up, keeping an eye on it, but take a look and see if you come across anything else. They mentioned some
What
giveaways.
is up, everyone? We are back here on the CitizenCon show floor. Give it up for that amazing panel you just saw. We are so excited to have all that stuff working. We're here at the Atmo Fight or Flight area here at CitizenCon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. I have with me two of our content creators who are going to be in the Fight or Flight later today. We got Bognagas and Lizzie. What is up, guys? We're going to be doing some lightning round questions about your guys' upcoming stuff. First question, how does it feel to see Atmo come to life here at CitizenCon?
It's so cool. It's this is the first real esports thing at an event like this for Star Citizen, so I'm really excited to be a part of it.
I think it's a great opportunity for the community to showcase the PvP in the Star Citizen community.
Fantastic. What's your mindset going into your guys' match today?
I don't know if Dot 22 is in
lose,
PTU.
and,
As far as I'm aware, Dot 22 is not in PTU.
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting ship?
The Arrow.
Definitely the
active
Ghost,
PTU
Hornet Ghost.
is the same version.
All right.
Yeah,
Advice
that's what
to
I
people
figured.
learning dogfighting in Star Citizen.
Nose to the grindstone, go hard at it.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Just jump into Arena Commander and just put in the hours. It's a lot of fun, worth it.
All right. Where can people follow you guys?
Twitch and Twitter, LazyB_.
Yeah, same thing. Twitch, Bognagas.
All right. And, you know, a lot of tension, a lot of animosity. Say something nice about your opponent.
He's got a great mustache.
I'm gonna feel really bad blowing him up.
All right, guys. Well, that is it for Atmo Fight or Flight. The matches are going to be starting soon. I'm going to cut it back to Jared and the CitizenCon main stage. We'll see you guys back here on the floor soon. See you guys then.
All right, so next we are going to get into the resource management with the Fix It and Fly It. So this should definitely be interesting here. Resource management is something we've definitely heard quite a bit about.
Hello. I'm Thorsten Leimann, lead systems designer for the EUPU team, and welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already.
As well. Bog's
we already
good,
talked about it several
content
times,
creator.
but this
I
time
don't
it will be a little
catch
bit
him very
different.
often, but definitely
So
have
before
seen
we
some of
start
his stuff.
jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the VGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Did you, Shadow? I've popped in on Blasphemous from time to time.
Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the resource network. So what is the resource network? The main drive for the resource network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside of your containers. And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You're going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system.
I can
in
kind
some
of
ways.
understand that, Shadowjack.
And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we saw today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. Let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities.
The portion you need to pay attention
where
to.
the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself.
See, this is what we need to do, is be able to just drop Gravity Cat in and he can sabotage everything.
So all of this is of course optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which you will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And
we'll find you a
the
fire
debug
starting
UI, the health
item
is now
there,
fully up
Gravity.
again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again.
I don't think it's that you're going to be crafting drives. I think it's going to be that you're repairing it, like what you just saw.
So the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed. So I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius.
Maybe you can become a cyborg if you use the repair beam on an injured person instead of the health beam.
Hopefully we get this soon.
So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way.
Beam citizen. I mean, this is stuff you're going to need, especially with like the Vulcan.
So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view.
I'm going to show you a quick picture of some of the stuff that H3 is seeing in the Pyro
dots
demo.
connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like
So this
power
is some of the
plants,
food
weapons.
that
Also
H3 has been
helping
able to see in the
differentiate
Pyro
between
demo so
consumer,
far.
Producer, and converters.
I don't even want to know what
You
that
can
is.
tell the current state of the item. That means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed. The health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active and, yeah, because a relay
Yeah, it
consists
does
of
look
several
kind of like
fuses,
rat, doesn't
basically,
it?
they're their own set of lives.
What is
And
with
here
you guys? All right.
You see all the details.
Be right back. Come on.
You can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection. And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again. So something to highlight here, take a closer look at the doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around
Dogs
in your
can't
ship
decide whether you want to
and
be in
even
or
close
out.
doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment. Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors.
In some of the past demos,
again, we show the details
Jared
of each
showed
room,
where you
like
could
the
suck the oxygen out of rooms and kill
atmosphere
people.
composition. So everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here.
And we know that will
this
come in
also
handy
allow you
with
to have
Crusader
more control
ships.
over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open if you just want to open the left side ramp or the front facing ramp or the back facing ramp. So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, And now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented. And yeah, well...
Yep, there we go, venting the oxygen out of the
space.
space.
Death.
Found a new way to mess around with Flex.
So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource
You've
consumption.
seen where a lot of
generation.
AUEC will go.
So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters
Gravity
to turn on
yeah,
the weapons.
I think their goal
Isn't the
is to
best
make it where you
choice,
need a crew
since
to
you will not
actually
be
run
able
the
to
larger
maneuver,
ships.
so
They don't
might
want
not help
anybody
when you
being
are
able to
attacked.
run an Idris all
You
by
won't be able to
themselves.
shoot though.
Or a Javelin.
And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries.
Even it's so it works for the making.
I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
So I will talk about malfunctions real quick and get you guys to the next video since we're a bit behind schedule. What are malfunctions? You've seen misfires in the persistent universe for seals and for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with.
It's
also,
not for sure. I mean, it all depends on how those turrets are going to operate and how everything else will operate on the Orion, whether you're going to be able to man it with just 2 additional people or you'll need more. But if you got extra game packs, then you'll have some usable NPC characters that you can use.
As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action.
Too busy
You've seen in other videos of fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works. Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own.
Fire's coming in yet?
No, not yet.
I wasn't sure. I missed a little bit. I was on the phone.
So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher to mixed results. And here we have the option of using the life support system thrust and sword up before, and yes, venting the area.
Yes, Gravity Cat, he said it just works.
And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out.
So he basically just vented it out to space.
Okay, so let's get Thurston back on stage.
You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions, which is going to probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, we wanted to talk about...
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration at a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed. Yeah, so that was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment. So we managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, oh, actually the power plant also starts to take damage.
Can you imagine how many times during
at this
stream we're
moment,
going to
I'm
be
also
venting
telling,
the oxygen
Pete
out of
and
spaces
Simon
and killing each other?
to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power
would
plant,
never do
it's
that.
also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the
Only
power plant
venting the
died.
cockpit.
And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to. Yeah, the attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And at this point we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So here you see it very clearly that with a relay being destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that yeah, I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here trying to save the second power plant, because we were already running out of battery life. So yeah, if we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think at in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. Yeah, so we at least managed to save one of the power plants.
Gonna need dynamic
that's
Discord
now,
channels.
I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse.
For different
the next
departments
step was
on the ship.
The pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died, and the end of the show. Yeah, thanks. So, what you just saw gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated
base building
features.
is going to be
So
the key
there's a
thing
huge
of the
thanks
Pioneer.
for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the arena commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey.
Yeah, Gravity Cat, I
there's one
agree
more
that
thing.
they are going to need to elongate the battles, or else it's not going to give you enough time to do
we really
any
want
of
to
these
get your
things.
hands. We really want you to get your hands on this because we already had a lot of fun with it.
Coming in 3, 2, 2.
I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander.
Oh.
So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU.
Nice. Gravity Cat, get your wire cutters out.
And this will be soon. So, thank you.
Yeah, Craig, I mean, Arena Commanders just improved so much.
Camera 4. Hi, everybody. I think it's, there we are. You know, when we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace.
They are
That's
running
a
behind.
lot of new content coming in just the
after
last
Fix It and Fly It, they have the
2.5 hours now.
cosplay competition.
We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine you over the last 2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise. Edgewise. So let's go to the cosplay contest, hosted by Galactica, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
I want to see somebody cosplay as Jared.
That'd be funny.
Hello and welcome to the Citizen 2953 cosplay contest powered by Toby Gaming. I'm Galactica, social media manager for Star Citizen, or as I like to say, professional ship poster. And on stage with me, I have Kat Reeves. She's our creative director. Okay. And then next to Kat, we have Forrest, who's our principal technical artist, and who let this guy on stage? Security? And of course, Jared Huckabee. What's your title these days?
Creative content doofus.
All right. So, really quick, we did say that this was powered by Toby Gaming. And for those of you in the audience, just out of curiosity, who has used a Toby eye tracker before? Okay, a good number of you. Okay, so for those of you who have not used a Toby eye tracker, I want you to look to the left. I didn't see anybody look to the left. Everybody look to the left. And then now to the right. All right. Now, wouldn't that be awesome if you could do that in game and not have to use your hands to do camera controls?
I
That
will
would
say
free
that
up
Toby
your
is
ability
a
to focus on your
amazing
flight
piece of
and
technology
your,
that makes things so much
fighting
easier.
in game. And with all of that, you can do with the Toby Eye Tracker 5, which is some of the prizes that we're going to be giving out today. So thank you so much, Toby, for being here and for providing these prizes for us. All right, now, who's ready to see some cosplayers? Can we get some drum rolls? Yes. Judges, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so coming up first, we have Diabolus.
Oh my.
Oh, the Artemex armor.
Wow.
That's actually really well done.
Who is this?
I think he needs the.
Who is this?
Was it the star fabric?
Diabolus.
Artemex Elite Person Armor?
If you want to get a closer look or ask any questions, you're more than welcome to.
Hey, do man.
I can't see anything and I can't hear
It's right here. I'll guide you. I'll guide you. He
He
can't see
can't
anything.
see anything.
Come this way and stand right here.
I would think eye holes would be a very
don't move,
important
you'll be
thing to
safe.
put into there.
We're letting them walk
All
right off the
right,
stage.
we're ready for cosplayer
in the
number
lineup.
2 with Kin Shadow.
Wow.
I think
Make some noise for Kin Shadow.
is Ken Shadow who won it last year? Dude, his sounds so uncomfortable for sure. He's got an arrow through his neck.
That was Ken Shadow?
That is Kin Shadow. All right, and number 3 is a
helmet
little
looks really
bit
good.
special.
Yeah, it
we
does.
have the entire Ninetales gang.
Quick.
Hey, you guys know this isn't Grimhex, right?
I think we're human shields right now.
All right, I think Jumptown might be safe right now.
How tight are those pants?
Not that tight. Not for a good time.
Do this?
Squat test confirmed.
Okay. Next.
All right, next is Hindrosa.
I want to move you. Oh, come on down here. Everywhere. I got you. I got you. Right there. Good job. Okay.
So if you are not familiar with
Anybody?
Hindrosa does stream on Twitch, and I was lurking a little bit in his chat while he was making this outfit, and he told me that he has never made a cosplay before, and that he had to learn how to sew and do a lot of different fabrications in order to make this outfit, which is quite impressive for a first cosplay. I've made probably about 100 cosplays, and they look nothing like that, so GG's. All right, up next, we have Lito.
Oh, Biker,
as
you're watching him make it
Jimmy.
as well. Jimmy! It's
Yeah,
Jimmy!
I was waiting for that.
I'll be right back. Keep going without me.
Where's
Are we
Jax?
gonna get Jax?
Where is Jax? Have you seen him? Have you seen Jax? No.
Are we waiting for Jax?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's take a look at him while we're waiting.
Anybody want to sing a song?
What is Jared doing that he's slowed the whole thing down?
Being Jared.
All right, for everybody who's on stage, I want you to do like your best in-game emotes impression. Oh, there we go.
They should all T-pose.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Oh, there we go. He went and got
Oh,
his
Jared.
Jimmy helmet.
Well, the real Jimmy.
Did he just
please
have
stand
that?
up.
Like,
He always has that.
can't see.
All right, and up next we have Britty Kitty.
Damn, that's a good job on that one.
Can you see in that thing?
That's amazing. All right, and next we have Jack Montana. I'm
The
digging
only one that's
backpack.
going to be able to bring Luke back.
I know.
The MacFlex rucksack.
Yep.
All right, and next we have a familiar face, Sigelian.
No top hat.
No.
Also, side note, if you have never had pizza made by Sigelian, I highly recommend it. You're missing out. All right. And up next we have Cyber Wolf 74.
There's Andrew's orange.
Yeah, Andrew's probably loving that.
-5 points.
Right over, right over.
Doesn't know where to go.
All right. And last we have Cats.
Guys, step forward on this line. Step forward on this line. In the middle of this.
And
It's a nine-tails
her
Pico.
sidekick, of course. We can't forget Pico.
I love your night.
That is so
Step forward.
Perfect.
All right, judges, feel free to go around, ask questions, think really hard, and let me know when you have.
I gotta say that
top
one
three.
after Jimmy's
All right.
probably got one of the better
Hey,
looks.
John, can we kill the... Good. There you
Testing. My mic is on.
The Ninetales Pico is actually pretty cool, but the one right after Jimmy, I think, is one of the better looking ones.
We good?
Are we back on? All right.
All right.
So that was that was easier than we thought. You got yours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got mine. I think
All
I
right,
got mine.
yeah, we're good.
I'm
All
happy.
right,
We good?
let's announce our third place winner.
Step forward.
I'll let Kat announce it.
So in third place, we have Diabolus in the Artemex Elite Hurston armor, and you win a Tobii Eye Tracker 5 and an A1 Spirit. Congratulations.
Nice.
Awesome job.
Yeah, he did a good job on that one.
Yeah.
Dang. Still look at him and see the sketch seeds from Dark Crystal.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
All right, if I can have you when you're done, just stand right here.
He can't even see. He
Let's
can't
have you
move.
stand right here, because then we're gonna have everybody line up. I don't know if he can see very well. I was gonna leave you alone. All right, right here. Okay.
You
right,
forgot to 3D print
don't
the
need to
eye
get off
holes
stage,
in
but
there.
Right here is fine. Okay. And second place winner, Forrest. Who do we got?
Step back. Right here.
For second place, went with Hydrosa with the advocacy. Woo! Oh.
Congratulations.
Wait, what did he win? He got a Tobii Eye Tracker and what?
They
I'm
didn't
gonna have
announce
you stand
the ship
right
that
here.
gets. It might be another A1.
And can we get a drum roll in the audience, please? Make some noise.
What do you think? There'll be a Tobii and a F8
All right.
for the winner.
First place is an OG. This is a Star Citizen, goes back to 2012. I've been to Disneyland with this guy. I've played
probably
with this guy. I pushed him around in a wheelchair.
Ken Shadow.
Just so happens to have our first place costume this year. Ken Shadow with the Tobii Eye Tracker 5 and an Anvil Carrot.
Oh, he gets a carrot with it.
Nice.
Yeah, I could swear he's won on previous ones.
Yeah, you've done a great job on the
Receive your trophy.
Yeah. And he can see out of his.
Right.
Congratulations. I'm going to have you stand right here. So we know that these cosplayers put a lot of work and time and dedication into their outfits. So as a little token of appreciation, we're also going to give everybody here on stage with us today a free ship that I cannot announce until the next panel. So if you want to know what that ship
Probably,
is,
yeah.
stay tuned for the next panel and you'll find out. But thank you all for being here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a cheaper ship.
And for putting
Well,
all
it's going to
this
be
work into
something
your
below the
outfits.
A1. So, yeah, it's
Judges,
going
do
to
we
be a
have any
cover
final
scout.
thoughts?
No, I think we need to get together and take a big photo and then go to lunch.
Let's do that.
All right, let's get together. Here. Close gaps. Close ranks.
Huddle.
Get in here, boys.
A free mule steal. Oh, God, if they make a mule steal. It's going to be a mule with a chair up front and the forks and a chair in back. And then 4 chairs up where they put the cargo.
All right, everybody, that does it for us. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll come back.
I don't know,
at 3
Hydrosa did a
p.m.
good job, but I really
talking
think
ship.
that the
So-
other armor set after
And
Jimmy
as your resident social media
would have been my vote
manager,
for
I have
second.
to remind you to make sure you're using the hashtag CitizenCon2953.
I mean, Hydrosa
when you're
did do a
uploading
good
your
job,
photos to
but-
social media. We're actually going to reward some of our favorite posts with some VKB joysticks, so make sure you're putting those on Twitter or X, whatever we're calling it these days.
That other armor.
Thank y'all, and enjoy the rest of your CitizenCon.
So as they did just mention, keep an eye on their other social medias because they'll be doing other prizes through there. All right, so at this point, they are scheduled to take a lunch break. Let me pull up the schedule here. Now, let's pull this up here. So right now, we're here at the lunch break, which should be, well, actually, they made up some of the time that they were losing. So lunch is supposed to start in about 10 minutes. That will last for an hour, and then at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll come back for Talking Ship, and that's where we're going to find out about new ships, new concepts, the status of current ships that are in production and ones that are not in production yet. So we are going to find out quite a bit for that. And then after that, we get Navigating the Universe, which is going to be from 7 p.m. on till the end, which is going to be right around 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So 2 more panels left today. Tomorrow, we are going to be seeing, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Character Advancement. That's with the Character Creation Tool, Life in the First Person, Taking Flight, and then Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, and then the closing ceremony. So still quite a bit to get through with CitizenCon, but today the next panel is going to be starting here in about an hour for Talking Ships. So we are going to stay connected while we are going to this, and we will be popping in and out. Let me see here. We're going to go ahead and mute the CitizenCon stream. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to mute that one there. And then while we are actually on the break here, let's take a look here. Guesses for the mystery ship. The guesses for the mystery ship, I think, are really going to be along the lines of the Zeus. Jared had mentioned that talking about a ship that we aren't supposed to know about, that we do know about, and a lot of people have been speculating the Zeus. Oh, nope. That's not what I want.
Stepping away. Back in a minute.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Zeus Cutter Scout that we're going to get today.
Yeah, I mean, those are the ones I'm anticipating as well myself, is the Zeus and the Cutter Scout. And I'm not really expecting that we're going to hear much else. We know that in previous ones that we've actually seen silhouettes of other ships that get voted on for development. So it'll be interesting to see if we get to look at more silhouettes today and what could or could not be developed. So that'll definitely be interesting. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to leave you guys with a little bit of a video here while we take a quick break, and you guys can enjoy one of the videos that is from Amrock's Fang, and we will be back momentarily. Hello. We come to you today with a plea for help. Through this public service announcement, we are seeking help to support and save a much-loved creature within the verse. An innocent and harmless creature that really knows no hate in its heart and only gives love to everyone it touches. For less than the cost of a cup of coffee per day, you too can help preserve an endangered and abused innocent life. The Gray Cat PTV. The PTV is known throughout the verse as a reliable and loved transport. These days, though, its life has been reduced down to simply a resource to provide a laugh for those uncaring souls that will hurt and destroy them for their own entertainment. Hello there, I'm Dark Hour 717, and I've been contacted by the Preserve the PTV Foundation, or PTPTVF, to reach out and spread the message of abuse of the PTV. I too at one time used these for my own and others' entertainment at the cost of many PTV lives, never realizing the pain and suffering I was causing these amazing little vehicles. I am here to ask you for help in the PTV preservation efforts. You too can help keep these little carts happy and provide a safe and pain-free home for less than a single US dollar a day. You too can adopt a PTV for as little as $15 in the pledge store and keep it safe, as it is not able to be CCU'd and thrown away. You will always have it safe and warm in your ASOP. Or for as little as a package delivery mission, you can adopt one in-game for a mere 5,145 AUEC. This is not much to secure the life of a 3.5 meter long, 2.5 meter wide, and 2.2 meter high cart. Providing a healthy home for its 1-size-0 Radix power plant and 1-size-0 Frostar SL cooler. You could upgrade the power plant to a size 0 Defiant, but why? It provides no benefit other than ripping its loving heart out just to shove another useless one in. Keeping its 10,000 liter hydrogen fuel capacity tank full. Honestly, look at it. Where could it fit all that fuel if not for space magic? The PTV is herded en masse to be sold and auctioned off to those who will abuse it. Shoving it into small cargo areas with just a smile on its front fascia. Using it for target practice while always smiling. For racing through stations, still just smiling. Drive-up service at SPK, why won't it stop smiling? Or emergency escape pods from larger vehicles 40,000 meters above moons. Please, for the love of God, just stop smiling. These abuses are not acceptable, and we need to take steps to preserve these carts for our children's future, so they too can experience the magic of interacting with it. Please, help us save these treasures of the verse and contact 1555 PTV Rescue to donate or adopt one yourself. Call today and you'll receive a monthly postcard from the PTV you adopt, keeping you up to date on all it is doing and the excellent maintenance it is getting. You'll also receive a t-shirt you can wear proudly, showing off your support and claiming to the verse to end the abuse. Proudly displaying the PTPTVF logo on the front and the organization's slogan, PTV, it's a life, not just a meme, on the back. I hope this has touched all your hearts and provided vital information for everyone and gets the help for these beautiful little creatures. Let's end their pain as a species and help them live a magical and happy life. Give today, love today. PTV for life. Also, remember to get your entries in for April's giveaway with the MS. Hi, I'm Dark Hour 717. You may know me from such things as Amarok's Fang relocation services, mining in the verse, and earn a UEC in the verse. As the Amarok's Fang org has grown, we have wanted to bring new and exciting services to all the citizens of Stanton. And with all of the new citizens after this latest free fly, we understand that it can be a bit overwhelming at times. Deciding what to do, how to earn a UEC, and how to defend yourself can be quite the task. As always, we recommend getting involved with an org, much like Amarok's Fang. But for those not ready or unsure, we now offer Amarok's Fang New Citizen Bootcamp. In Amarok's Fang New Citizen Bootcamp, you will learn the needed skills to traverse Stanton confidently and make your way through several activities with the skills of a veteran citizen. For a small fee, the knowledgeable members of Amarok's Fang will train you in all things legal, such as earning a UEC, which will include the Ling family and Kovalex delivery missions, mining with a solo ship like the Misk Prospector, as well as the famous Grey Cat Rock, one of the most profitable activities in the verse. We'll also cover FPS bounty hunting. We will also teach you the skills you need for self-defense. This is going to cover pirate identification, weapons safety and control on all forms of firearms, ground vehicle control and evasive maneuvers, and air and space vehicle basics, including combat and avoidance. Here at Amarok's Fang, we want all citizens to be safe and have fun in the verse. And we can prepare anyone for achieving this through our boot camp course. Today we will be joining one of our newest groups of recruits as they go through the training, so you can see the value in learning these much needed skills. So let's go meet up with them as they start with the basics, doing a Ling family delivery mission. So here we are with the recruits aboard the Anvil Valkyrie. Now, they've already picked up all the supplies they need to drop off, and we're coming up on New Babbage now, which is where we need to drop off these much-needed medical supplies. Without these supplies, many patients will not make it through the day.
New Babbage airspace, stand by.
Okay, we need to get these supplies delivered. Danger's gonna bring the ship in just over the roof, and when I say go, I need all of you out that door as quickly as possible and get those crates dropped off.
Coming up on the rooftop, starboard side.
Thanks, Danger. Go ahead and
Go,
take
go,
us
go,
in.
go, go,
Go,
go,
go,
go,
go,
go,
go,
go,
go,
go, go.
Again.
Long way down. Still alive.
Okay, well, sometimes things don't go as planned, and we move on. We're here on Daymar, a mining hotspot, and we have one of the most popular mining vehicles in the verse, the Grey Cat Rock. This vehicle specializes in small ore mining such as dolomite, aphrite, and hadnite, of which hadnite is the most sought after. So as they prepare to mine a small deposit, let's check it out.
Where are you going? The hadnite is over here.
Screw that, this boulder's all quantanium.
There's no way this little thing can break that rock.
Bullshit, watch me. I got this. It's working, the gauge is going up. Hell yeah, show me the money.
That went not so well. We are here at HER L3 as the recruits have moved on to something that may be a bit easier, so we can teach them the basics of mining. We have found a sizable deposit of quantanium here in one of the verse's most mined areas. With the close proximity to CRU L1, We will have the opportunity for each prospector to have a chance to break down and extract a small amount of quantanium and proceed to the refinery to have it processed. The thing to remember is that mining does take paying close attention to your laser's power and rock stability.
Look, the gauge is moving.
Okay, now just tune your laser slightly to increase the power. No, hey, I said slightly.
But look, it went all the way to the top. This is easy.
Wait, what? So here we are on our way to one of the many types of bounty missions that can be found in the verse. This is an FPS mission where we have to take out the targets and retrieve a data safe to return to Constantine Hurston. This is a legal mission issued by the family that runs Hurston Dynamics. We are now arriving on site where the outlaws have taken over a bunker.
Okay, Dark Arrow will be the first one out and will clear the entrance. Once he gives the signal, everyone file out, breach the bunker. Remember, these outlaws are dangerous and armed. Weapons free, shoot anything that moves. All right, go get him.
Go, 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 go. Oh, God! No, not again. Ah. We're okay.
What the? Where the hell did you find these guys?
Don't ask. Well, after we pulled everyone out, we came back for a bit of an easier drill. One skill everyone needs in the verse is pirate identification. Pirates are a known menace within Stanton and the reason for Amrock's Fang Anti-Piracy Division. What we will teach is the basics in identifying these menaces in the verse.
Are you a pirate?
Nope.
Are you a pirate?
Negative.
Are you a pirate?
Sure am.
Dark, I found one.
That also did not go well. I'm starting to notice a pattern. Anyways, here at Amrock's Fang, we take weapon safety very seriously. We will train each citizen in the proper handling and function of a wide range of handguns, rifles, and heavy weapons. Wait, seriously? We're giving them heavy weapons? Everything from proper handling to the proper cleaning and maintenance of all their firearms, and even the proper method to pull the trigger.
He said pull the trigger?
Wait, these are real guns?
Why would you give us real guns?
Did someone say rail guns?
Oh God. Humanity.
Wow. Okay, we will just ignore that. Moving forward, our sniping coach Krywell will teach the needed skills for long-range firing. Each recruit will learn distance, wind variations, and scope adjustments to make the all-important kill shot. With integrated technology, we can see what the recruit sees through their scope. The importance of being able to properly handle ground vehicles is paramount to survival. Your vehicle and how you control it could mean the difference between life and death.
There we go.
Betrayed by one
Oh
of
my
your own.
God! He's dead!
Here we are on our way to an in-progress pirating situation. We have reports that a suspected pirate is wreaking havoc out in the Crusader system, and we are headed there to check it out.
What's up, guys? Wait, what the hell?
Are you kidding me?
Are we really gonna fire on him?
He said fire.
Target friendly.
As you can see, we provide a much needed service for all our new citizens, preparing them for anything they may encounter out there in the verse. To join one of our boot camps, please contact Dark Hour 717, that'd be me, to sign up and ask about our special bundle discount that includes one free Amarok's Fang relocation service. Thank you for watching, and we'll catch you next time. And was that a freaking missile I heard locked on? Are you lonely? Do you have no friends? Well, call Amarok's Fang. Hey everybody, Dark Hour 717 here, and you may know me from such things as mining in the Prospector and earning AUEC through the verse. I'm here as part of Amarok's Fang and a founding member to tell you of a new service that we offer at very low prices, the lowest that are in Stanton. I'd like to introduce our new service, Amarok's Fang Relocation Service. We offer everything from a simple relocation with guided cave tour, variety of transport vehicles, special group rates, and with every 5th relocation you get one free. Our service is here to provide help to those people who just have a bad day and are not bad people. That Gladius cuts you off on your way to the pad at Olisar, or you just happen to bump that dragonfly and accidentally kill somebody. Well, we're there to help you get out of where you don't want to be. We'll give you a guided tour through the beautiful caves of Aberdeen to help you find your way to the fresh air and yellow skies that will allow you to get out and get on with your life. As your guided tour through the caves continues, you'll see many different sights and take many twists and turns and pitfalls, seeing the beautiful blue flower of guidance that's specific to Aberdeen, going through parkour jumps and leaps, experiencing many different thrills as you go. Our tours provide a heart-stopping, thrilling, and unimaginable experience that will have you remembering this experience for many years to come as you make your way through and get closer and closer to the exit. You may even come by some of our previously satisfied customers, those who have returned to have the experience again. There's Frank now. Looks like he's probably sleeping, but taking it easy, Frank. We're just going to slip on by here for you. You'll be able to see the ruins of subterranean Aberdeen, the leftover remnants of an age gone by. Hey, Mickey, what's going on? Hey, we're going to let you sleep. I see that you're tired. We'll get out of your way here. As you progress through, you'll get to our exclusive terminal for loading and departure flights that leave Aberdeen daily. You'll make your way down to the loading platform where your personally chosen pilot will pick you up and whisk you away. All right, so not exactly sure what happened with that last video, but sorry about that. And of course, we are taking our quick little lunch break here. And not sure what happened to our music channel. Of course, yeah, lunch break. Don't forget, they did get all the new merchandise over on the Star Citizen merchandise shop here. We've got new 2953 limited edition box coin, I guess coin or pins. And then we also have the Star Citizen AirPod Pro case, which is a new one there. It also comes with the Francis key charm, which is the little whale. The pink whale, not the purple one. The purple one is Finley. And of course, we got the Star Citizen Star Kitten key ring, which is that's not the Sally, that's the Lucy, I think it is, helmet. And then, of course, we do have the bobbleheads out there now. Now, the bobbleheads are pre-order, so they're not shipping yet. And they're $5 off at $45, which for a bobblehead, I'm a little iffy on, but I really do kind of want that bobblehead. And of course, they got the beanies and the new desk mats with the Pyro Homestead or the Invictus Launch Week mural and the Drake Interplanetary Trucker hat, as well as the new hoodie and the new t-shirts as well. One thing I may actually end up doing is grabbing that hoodie, though, because I do like the Banu writing on the side of that hoodie. As far as CitizenCon itself has been going, it's been actually a great show so far. I don't know what some of your guys' favorite stuff has been. Feel free to hit us up in any of the chats that you're a part of. Let us know what parts that you've enjoyed so far. Anything that caught you guys off, caught you guys offhand and not ready for. Definitely some great things coming in Arena Commander with the new resource in testing mode. So that will be a good thing. Eat my noodles. I want Big Benny branded cup of noodles. And of course, what's coming next is the ship panel, which again caught me by surprise that they're doing that today. I really anticipate that they were going to do that last, but I am excited for the fact that they're doing that today. We'll find out some interesting stuff on that. As far as the Pledge Store, nothing new in the Pledge Store yet. We usually don't see it until they actually make the announcement itself. What they do have in there right now is the CitizenCon 2953 starter pack for the Nomad, which does give you the Nomad at a pretty much a savings of $24. Is pretty much the cost of just the Nomad by itself, and some great savings that you're getting there. And I think, yeah, so you actually get quite a bit with this. You actually get the Nomad Polar Paint. You get the Kyrnus Tech Artemex Armor, which is the Canuto coloring of what you saw in the cosplay competition. And then you get all of that plus the sniper rifle, the A03 sniper rifle, and also the 6-month insurance, which I'm surprised they only did 6 months insurance on that. But again, you're saving quite a bit on that. And to get armor, a gun, and the ship and the paint, that's a pretty damn good deal to grab. And you might as well grab that while you can now. And if you're thinking about getting in the game, don't forget they do have the referral bonus going on right now between now and October 19th. If you use that referral code at the bottom of the screen, it actually will end up giving you your starter pack plus the ship that you have in your starter pack. And on top of that, you can get using that referral code, not only gives you the additional 5,000 AUEC, but you get a Consolidated Outland hover quad along with it at no extra charge. It is yours to keep, has LTI insurance, lifetime insurance on it, and it is fully upgradable, meaning you can't melt it, but you can upgrade it to any other ship above it. So a great little bonus to get into the game during 321, and definitely recommend doing that. And use that code and get yourself that free extra ship. The Canuto color palette is a really nice, yeah, it is the white and cream one. It does look nice. I had it, but I found that I really kind of prefer the armors mixed with the bear head. So the Canuto just didn't really go with the bear heads. Yeah, it's a sniper rifle. You're not really going to be able to do much with a sniper rifle in bunkers. It becomes more cumbersome. But those armor and weapons pack is a decent little value to get to go with that Nomad. Kraken, yeah, I'm sorry. The Artemex armor just does not go with the bear heads. So lots of definite information there in the beginning. The Star Engine thing blew my mind. That whole Star Engine demo at the beginning, it was like a 30+ minute just kind of graphic demo that was just unbelievable with what they showed as far as the cloud tech, all the planetary surfaces. We even got to see the space whales. We got to see some type of space cow. And they did, make note the fact that, yes, a good portion of that is not in game, but it is going to eventually get there. You think they said short video? Yeah, they did. They said short video on that one, I think, before it started, and it lasted like 30 minutes. And of course, for those that have not been around over the last week or so, we also have the F8C Lightning in game now, which is always a bonus. It's great to have that Lightning in game and have them actually release that in. Let's see here. Let's see if we can't jump in game here real quick. See if we can show off the F8 or the A1 a little bit. I know Kragan is waiting for the Apollo and hoping for news on the Apollo. We'll get news on the next panel about ships that are in concept being worked on or not being worked on. And I know there's a lot of anticipation. Somebody mentioned on another channel, the BMM. Hopefully we'll get an update on that. We'll get some news about the Apollos. Hopefully we'll get some news about the Polaris. And also whatever the Straight Flyable is that we're anticipating is going to be the Drake Cutter Scout. And then the RSI Zeus, hopefully we'll have some good information on, which I anticipate is going to be the new concept. Was somebody going to say something?
I was just seeing if you can hear me now.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I went into Arena Commander and my mic quit working for some reason, and then I lost audio.
That Omen PC. I shouldn't say that. That's mean. Commander Wade, what's going on? Oh, you forgot CitizenCon was today. It's actually today and tomorrow. Right now, have they shown anything worth mentioning? Absolutely. We saw the Star Engine update. We also saw the update on resource management and what that's going to pertain to, and the fact that we're going to see some experimental mode in Arena Commander with it here soon, hopefully with 322. We also saw basically the go through of how the replication layer is going to work, game audio and all of that. So definitely some interesting information. And coming up next after their lunch break is going to be the ship panel, which we anticipate a new concept, as well as a straight to flyable, and also updates on some of the other ships that people are anticipating. And then this actually carries on into tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be here as well, broadcasting day 2. We have several people from the org that are at the event, and we'll check in with them from time to time, possibly. But so far, a lot of great information.
This skeleton arena commander is pretty fun.
Oh, yeah, I haven't even tried that yet. I think we're going to go in and try to show off maybe a little bit of the A1 or the F8 here while we're on break. We've got about 30 minutes before they get back. And of course, got the pledge store up and taking a look at it to keep an eye out. And so I can grab whatever they announce here, because the Drake Cutter Scout is going to be a great ship. I don't know what's wrong with him. Yeah, the stuff with the replication layer was very, very interesting. Kragan, we do not need to speak about the space turtle. If you're talking about the terrapin, that is. If you're talking about an actual, like, flying space turtle, then I'm all for it. There is a giant space turtle that we all float on in mythology. I forget exactly. Oh, Idris Stolen. Oh, God, we don't have time for an Idris. How much time I got? All right, got time to throw in my car.
City Flight reminds you that when trash goes in the bin, we all win. Your help keeps our port clean.
All right. So let's go ahead and we'll grab the F8 or we'll grab the A1 and see if we can't knock out maybe some bounty missions or something. Also, keep in mind, they did announce, keep an eye on their other socials, as they will be doing different giveaways throughout the day over the next 2 days on that for participating. I'm not sure participating in what.
With convenient connection trams across all major commercial areas of our core, City Flight is business travel made simple.
I'm checking their thing right now. Not really seeing much of anything other than the panel announcements, unless I'm looking at the wrong one.
No, that's all I'm seeing too.
Waiting passengers should be
And I was watching the community team as well. They also tweet stuff out, and there's nothing from them either.
Yeah. Kragan, you heard something interesting that someone was saying there's potentially enough work done on the exterior of the Kraken where it may be possible to have it as a boss ship in Pyro instead of, or in addition to the Idris. I have not heard anything about that. I know that they showed the Kraken off in a visual appearance only at the IAE that was at Lorville. You couldn't go on board, couldn't do anything other than just look at it. So if it's in any decent state for them to be able to do that, I do not know. It'd be awesome if it was. Okay, well, that was interesting. How many shuttles are here? We have a shuttle inside a shuttle. At the door. Huh? What the?
Stand clear. Tram now leaving the station.
There's a shuttle. I'm on Area 18.
Oh.
Let's see if. Oh, yeah, I'm taking off. So one shuttle was inside another shuttle. So let's see in the chats. What ships do you guys want to see? You want to see the A1 or do you want to see the F8? Throw it up in chat there, and when we get to the ASOP, we'll pull that ship. I'm probably going to die. A8? There. I wish there was an A8. It'd be the size of a Kraken. Probably a size 30 Moab. A bomb. Herald of Bombers, yeah. Again, my big question about if they're going to have a Drake Cuddy Scout is any changes in the way scanning works going to be implemented with 322 or anything like that, or else it's just going to be a temporary placeholder until they get the advanced scanning in, and it's just going to scan as normal.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Let's see if I can finally claim my one from Seraphim. Oh, it did claim. Look at that. 2 minutes. Oh, 2 minutes. Excuse me. 2 minute timer on a claim expedite is not bad. Let me see if the 890 is reclaimable. We had an issue the other night where claiming anything was pretty much impossible. It would never allow you to do it.
Please be aware that while in the Stanton system and on ArcCorp, all UEE common laws are still in effect.
890 is not allowing claiming. It shows that it's still on docking port 1 at Seraphim. Let's try again.
Yeah, you might have to go to Seraphim to get that.
And that's fine. I'll take the A1 for now. I can run some bounties in that. Plus mine have XL1s in them. So we got about 30 minutes before we got cut back over for the ship panel.
Yeah, I'm playing some Gun Rush and Arena Commander.
Are you? I do like the Gun Rush. The Gun Rush is such a fun play mode.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in here playing right now.
With claiming this, it should re-equip all my bombs for me.
Your personal belongings are your personal responsibility. Monitor your luggage at all times.
Yeah, 20 more seconds. And don't forget, you can get your entries in for this month's giveaway, which is going to be the Aurora MR. All you got to do is follow on the Perspective channel that you're viewing, and you'll get entered in for that. And we'll be pulling the winner on November 1st, so keep an eye on your notifications in case you do win. There is a 48-hour time period to claim that prize before we pick another alternate winner. But keep an eye out, and we'll give that with the starter pack out to one lucky winner. And with that starter pack, even with the digital download, if you already have a digital download, it pays off because it will give you one usable NPC that you can get free of charge when that gameplay comes in to help with your multi-crew ships. So good luck to everybody on that. All right, and my A1 is in. Hangar 4. I just realized that I'm at 28% hydration. Ah, that's okay. I'm not going to be on long enough that I'm going to run dry. Famous last words. I will probably starve and dehydrate to death.
Yep.
I will say it's taking a little getting used to having the button so close to the floor, but I do like the red lights that they put on the ground to indicate where the ramp's going to land. It's possible, Kragan. I know they really do want to try to avoid putting ships in before there's gameplay for them. You know, the Drake Cutter Scout can be used for probably numerous things, so it'll be interesting to see as far as the interior layout, if it's going to be identical to the standard Drake Cutter and just have a additional station to do the scanning from, or how they're going to operate that. Yeah, nice VTOL mode with the A1. I will say the one thing about the A1 that's a bit disappointing is the headlights, not the greatest.
Shields are kind of weak sauce too.
Yeah. It doesn't hold up well. It doesn't hold up well with a planetary impact.
Thank you, and please visit again.
But I will say I do like the interior layout. I'm really on the fence whether I want to order that bobblehead.
You know you're gonna get it. You might as well go on and do it.
A dev said the shields aren't supposed to have 4 faces. It's a bug, so they might be weaker because they're split. It'd be interesting to see. Of course, we got to see the latest animation with the jump gates and what going through the jump points is going to be like. That was definitely very interesting. There's one on Lyria we can take. Yeah, earlier we saw where they posted that they have a life-size dragonfly on display at CitizenCon. That was from the previous CitizenCon. That thing looks badass. I would love to just have that sitting in the house. The cosplays were really good, though. I will give people credit. They came up with some really interesting cosplays. I still think the person with the one armor that didn't get a placement should have gotten a placement, but even the ones that won are still very impressive.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Ooh, that could have gotten ugly real quick. The other thing that I like about this ship is you can actually switch between bombs and missiles.
Missile locked. Target destroyed.
Oh, he fell down, go boom. Can't remember if I have attritions on this or if I have just the stock guns.
Finally got my trophy and gun game.
You got your what?
My trophy, my achievement.
Oh, okay.
One.
Thing's kind of just all over the place. It is not flying right at all.
Pilot.
Well, didn't count my win for some reason.
There is something seriously wrong with this. Pip should not be flying back and forth like that. What the hell? Is this guy drunk? I'm sorry, but the Talon does not maneuver like that. Oh, you came across a Scorpius with the wings extended?
Attack on shields.
Excuse me. Finally, he's dead. I did not go crashing into the ground. bunker here.
Hola.
Hey.
How's your lunch?
Not bad. A little cup of noodle.
H3 just joined. He muted himself though.
That's not the push talk button, evidently.
Yeah.
So we have finished lunch. They had wham burgers. We had clucks and fries there.
They had wham burgers.
Yeah, they did.
That's awesome. So what did you enjoy out of the first panels there the most? I figured you'd be all over the graphic stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely the water.
What'd you say, J-Scale?
Jared just popped up on the stream.
Okay. No explosions for the bombs. Wow. That's surprising.
Two presentations so far.
All right, there we go. We are
The
back
first one
with
had a
them.
whole lot of things in it. All at once, what was your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Space cows.
Space cows.
Space cows. Server meshing. No, that story Chris told is the absolute truth. 3 weeks ago, we're just having a meeting, just as general, like, hey, what are you just checking in on everything we're going to show at CitizenCon, and Paul shows and goes, I have this video to show. I think I know how to show server meshing, and we watched it, and we're just like, and Chris challenged him right there. I said, hey, if you were brave at all, you'd do it live on stage, and then challenged him again to add 2 people, then challenged him again to add 6 people, and yeah, that's what we do. If you can do it live, you can do it live. What's the thing you're most looking forward to? Pyro? Pyro? Just wait. Remember, there's a day 2. Also, you may have missed it during Chris's announcement. The Pyro Playground, which we're about to go to Dan Haubeck, he's going to show us, is actually going to be available in the new Star Citizen preview channel. You can learn all about the preview channel and how that's going to work up on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website. There's going to be a selection. There's going to be a lottery of people who got the digital goodies pack from CitizenCon. Those people in our concierge, and of course, our selection of our most devoted testers. And then they'll be able to play in the preview channel throughout the remainder of this year before it goes to PTU and then eventually its live release. So with that, let's go to the Pyro Playground. Dan, take it away, man.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you. Glad to see you're back out from backstage. Welcome back, everyone, to CitizenCon 2953. We are back on the show floor. Specifically, we are at the Pyro Playground, easily the key feature of the show floor. We want to give a quick shout out to our 2 sponsors who helped make Pyro Playground and Checkmate Station possible. Shout out to CLX Gaming and Asus Republic of Gamers. You guys literally helped make this show happen. You helped make the Pyro Playground happen. If you look behind me, you see all these amazing gamers who are experiencing Pyro for the very first time.
Yeah.
It's one of the key features of CitizenCon this year, and we're so excited to bring Pyro into the hands of everyone who's here. Hopefully you guys get a chance to check out the Pyro Playground later today. I want to talk a little bit about what made Pyro so spectacular to bring it here, and to help me do that, we got Michael Smith. You guys may know him as Bayor, head of the player experience team, talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor?
Pretty good, really good.
Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands for the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations
you said that
bringing
they started Vumik out on a farm?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro is an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there, let's see what happens, and see how much we can get
But we found a farm.
content we can get out of it. Yeah, I have no expectations.
Yeah, it's so big that you just can't think about how big it is. It's so monumental, and from what I've been seeing, people are having a blast. Everyone I've seen come out of the Pyro Playground has a big smile on their face. Their faces look blown. They just look so happy to experience Pyro. And so, what's the coolest reaction
you got about
you've
10
seen
minutes
so
till
far
the
today?
ship panel.
Honestly, a lot of it's been the environment, but the big surprise has actually been some of the FPS AI. I think players who are going to fight the FPS AI are kind of surprised they're so hard. Some of that stuff is new tech, so it's neat to see players dealing with that and realizing, oh my god, I have to really struggle with this and really fight to deal with these AI. It's really fun.
So would you say it's a little bit more improved than what's currently on live right now?
Miles better, yeah.
That's fantastic. So give us your 30-second journey of when you got your hands on Pyro, because we've had multiple internal playtests leading up to CitizenCon. I've been in several of them, and I know what it was like for me being in Pyro for the first time. But for you, what was it like getting to play Pyro for the first time?
Honestly, by the time I played it, it was pretty polished, pretty surprising, and it was just so mind-blowing to see how different the environments were. But it's also moved a long way since then, and so it's been fun to see every single iteration. But yeah, the first experience is just super mind-blowing. It just looks so different.
Yeah, it's just being on Checkmate Station. You could get lost for there forever, and players only have 40 minutes to do the Pyro Playground. And I've seen people go back in line. I've seen people just like go and redo things that they didn't get a chance to do the first time. So what advice do you have for people who are here at CitizenCon? Spoiler-free, again, we want to give people at home something to look forward to. What is your spoiler-free suggestion for people who are here going through it?
Honestly, I would suggest to get out of the station. The station is really, really cool, but get to a ship, get to one of the planets, and get to an outpost, and especially see if you can do one of the FPS AI missions, because they're really, really cool, and that's a really, really fun journey.
And we have Chief Technology Officer Benoit here. Benoit, what do you feel? Completely unplanned. Didn't ask him to come by, and he just stopped in. Benoit, what do you feel about Pyro?
Oh, Pyro is fantastic. I love the new experience. I love the new environments. I love the FPS we're getting on these machines here.
No,
if you
the
were at the
services,
playground, oh
like,
my god, like this is great. So I'm super excited about the.
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off there. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the screens, and it's so smooth. Like, it's so great to see people like enjoying Pyro for the first time. It's such a great experience to have for the first time for Pyro. So thank you guys for bringing Pyro.
It sounds like they have no problem letting people go back in line and get in again.
Really quick, thank you, Benoit, for your photo bomb. Thank you, Bayor. We're going to talk to a player who just got to experience Pyro for the very first time. We got user Nick at Night here. So tell me, Nick at Night, again, what was your spoiler-free impressions of Pyro? Sort of impressions or feelings when you got to be in Pyro for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I think calling it a playground is just missing how immersive that is currently in this build. As Bayar mentioned, got out of the station, was able to see everything in the universe.
All right.
And man, was it just amazing to kind of go between the asteroid belts, into the new planets, and see all those new things that you guys have been working on. So I was really excited.
I love that. Yeah, there's some really cool things. I cannot stress enough how, if you are here at CitizenCon, come over to the Pyro Playground, because it is just such an amazing experience. It's nothing like Stanton. It is so unique to its own vibe. So how do you think we did making Pyro here at CitizenCon? I mean, the people at home have seen bits and glimpses, but for you who's been able to see the whole thing, do you think we did a good job recreating Pyro now that you've gotten a chance to be in it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from the game into the booths, to the community events, to the way that you guys have put everything together, I mean, it does feel like we are in Pyro right now. It's amazing.
Good, we did it, guys. Everyone wrap it up. We're calling it a day. That's not true. We're still got another day of panels left to do. So last question, this is kind of a fun one. When Pyro makes it into live, where are you setting your spawn? Are you setting it to Stanton, or are you setting it to Pyro?
Oh, Pyro, hands down.
You heard it here. This guy had such a great experience at the Pyro Playground that he is going to set his spawn to Pyro. Nick and I want to thank you for coming up here. Really appreciate it. I'm going to throw it back to Jared really quick and make sure that we are on our way back to the panels you guys are looking forward to so much. We'll see you back here on the floor soon.
Am I on? Am I live? I can't hear anything. Wave to me. Okay, there we go. Hi, everybody. It's very loud here in the community booths area. We're here in front of Soul Armada, Altama Energy. There's Atlas Defense Industries. I don't know why. I just decided I was going to pick on you today. It's all right, cool. We're here. I want to show something off. So one of the things that happens anytime that we show up at one of these events, whether it's Gamescom or CitizenCon or even a Bar Citizen, is people give you things that you have to fit into your luggage when you go home, which is not always the easiest thing on an international flight. Today, just 9 minutes ago, I got something I'm going to make some room for. So there is an org. They do this amazing, we had an older version, you may have seen me show it off before. Delta Consulting Aviation Products. They make air traffic controller manuals for every landing zone and POI in the Stanton system.
That's pretty
The one I've had for the last 5 years is one of my absolute most treasured items, and the guy just showed up and handed me another one. So I don't know what I'm leaving behind from my luggage, but we're gonna have some like Survivor style, you must leave the island. So we're leaving something behind. So with this, let's take a look at Soul Armada out here. Soul Armada is one of the community orgs that have a booth here. I don't have time to interview. We gotta get to the show. I just want to see your jacket.
Yeah.
Show us your jacket.
Big Benny patch from Bar Citizen.
The Star Citizen, that's the killer. You got a giant Invictus patch. So what legal clearance did you get in order to make that?
Absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. It's one of one.
Toast! He's floating around here somewhere. I won't tell him if you want. All right, let's come on over here to what is this? Altama Energy. You might have seen Sigelian from Altama Energy in the cosplay contest before we went to lunch. Altama, how you doing, guys? I noticed this full-size Starfarer in Lego. I will trade you a flight deck man. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way I'd get that back through customs or survive in my luggage. And then, of course, over here, we have Atlas Defense Industries. Oh, hi, Jesse.
Hi, how you doing,
How you doing?
Jared?
I work with Jesse in the office. We have Atlas Defense Industries over here. What do you guys got going on?
Oh, we got a raffle going on, so if you haven't come by, sign up for
You got a raffle?
Yeah, we're giving away 3D printed stuff, so I printed out some awesome stuff like this Tiger's Claw here. I've got a little Pisces here, and then some 3D printed artwork here that I've done up. So if you want to come over and get in the raffle, we're also giving out a ship at 5. And we're giving out every hour, so come on over.
What happens if I win?
Oh, well then you get an awesome back rub from our lovely JDM.
All right. You might think Jared's being really bad at this and he's not putting the microphone in front of this guy's face, but he just offered me a back rub, and it was just better if that didn't go out on the live stream. Okay, we got one more thing to check out. What is this? This is for me to take home? What is this, touch me?
Are you going to make room for it?
Touch me? Oh my goodness. Wow. Wait. Oh.
And it works. I need one of them.
There's an Easter egg.
Can't. It's just like my book. Wow.
That's insane.
Yes.
At this point, I'm legitimately so tired I don't have anything to offer in retort. This is just dang cool. Oh, all right, so I'm in my ear. It's time to return back to Hall A. Talking Ship with John Crew, Ben Curtis, Ellen Batchelor Jr., and Mark Gibson is coming up. So stay tuned. After that, Navigating the Universe with members of our UI team. And like I said at the beginning, everything you were thinking you were going to see, you're going to see that and more. So stay tuned. That's coming up next. I'm going to sit down and have a refreshing beverage. Take care, everybody.
Now I kind of regret not going. I should have went.
A1 commercial. Where's the steak sauce?
Don't they sound like that?
Whenever someone is in need of hope, you can feel it in the atmosphere. The spirit of Crusader. universe safe and secure. Forge the future you want to see. The A1 spirit from Crusader Industries.
You can't linger over the target anyway.
Hi everyone. Have we had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen, some cool stuff that you're not supposed to have seen, but you probably already have, and some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong. So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
Okay, sorry about that. Had to take that phone call, but here we go with the ship panel. This is what everybody has been waiting for. Oh yeah, actually, I think H3 or Anral posted a picture of that in the community channel.
Ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs. And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. And then right at the cockpit, we have a two-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote turret. And then underneath, it's all business. We've got the missile racks, and we've got the big bomb bays.
The armor looked pretty good in there.
And I think overall, Crusader have done it again.
Yeah.
They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek, looks fast, but still
They're
super
prepping
aggressive.
the store.
And then here is one last look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
We go there. So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can show you that again later. If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place. So that is available in Alpha 321, which went live Thursday. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days. So yeah, that's
Not surprising
the
you
current.
lose track of time.
Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So we have a timeline here from the today all the way through to today in game. And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in lore, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora,
And nothing is older than
and
the
we have
Zeus.
the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that.
That's the Zeus.
The RSI Zeus.
We do have the Zeus suits.
So in 2130, in 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass
when Star
market
Citizen came out.
that had quantum capability.
Yeah, really.
This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing. It really kind of boosted them as a company.
in the store right
but
now.
Yeah,
that doesn't.
I'm
it
going
wasn't
to
kind
check
of
it out
all
now.
Good. The original RSI
Told you.
Zeus
I'm gonna buy one.
had some major issues with its whole integrity. That being said, there's always kind of been this demand for RSI to release the Zeus. It's kind of had this cult
refresh.
following that's grown up over the years.
Yep, the Zeus is in the shop
I'm
now.
kind of
We are going
very
to check it
happy
out.
to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new
So many people
generation
are on the website, I can't even
of
do
travelers
anything
across
now.
our
Yeah, I
universe.
can't get into it yet.
Visually, it's something that pays homage back to the original Zeus and something that's really
I can see the Zeus, but
is
that's-
justified to have
I
that,
just got a
that
black
name.
screen right now trying to get in.
And
There's so
I'm
many
even
people
happier
hitting
to
it.
say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques.
So, do you want to have a look at the all-new
Holy shit, there's
RSI
like
Zeus
5
Mark
of them.
II?
Ah.
5 Zeus?
Okay then.
Yeah, there's a Mark II. I
Here
don't
it
know.
is.
I'm froze, though.
So, we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through
should've
this.
bought it as soon as I seen
And
it.
you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Just a bunch of different variants and paints. That's why it looks like there's so many of them.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna wait. Website.
Hi there, everyone. My name's Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Card Imperium Games.
Yeah, it's just spinning.
And I'm Owen Batchelor.
Yeah, I clicked on one of them and it kicked me out.
I can't get into the pledge store.
Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
What's the difference?
So,
It
when
may
we
just
decided
be
we
a
wanted to
paint.
tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in.
No,
if we were
there's
gonna do it
different
today.
versions.
We couldn't
ES,
just
VL,
remake the original
and
Zeus
MR.
because, although it was obviously a massive piece of history, all that was really
MR is
used
most
was
expensive.
transporting and moving around. So we had to consider
What are the price
exactly
points?
what we wanted to do with the ship.
Uh,
In the
Yeah,
end,
135.
we decided to go
Yeah,
for 3 variants,
135,
allowing you to pick which way you want to actually
150,
play the game.
No, that's not
So what
bad.
we're going to do is talk
190
about
if
those
you wanted
variants that we decided
credit.
on in
That's
the end,
most expensive.
and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe. Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the 3 variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original design, with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizer.
Nice. That thing
We
looks
also worked to
really
maintain the
nice.
silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a very
Nice.
comfortable habitation
seats.
recreation area. so that
Yeah,
when
it's
you're
actually
out
a
away
pretty
from home,
decent
it's
sized
not too
cargo
unpleasant.
area back there.
In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on our planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout, it's a ship designed for 3 crew. It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators, 2 size 2 power
You
plants,
might want all
2
3.
size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elwa mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
I am still trying to get onto the
Now, the
site.
Zeus Mark was always designed from the
That
beginning
I
to
like
be
the
a
colors of
sleek
that one.
and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Lets you take all the different weapons and equipment you might need.
Did you just get that
while you're
off a
tracking
link
the
on
target
the
along
main
this.
RSI page?
Looking
Or
into the rear, we actually have a dedicated
I'm in the
area
store.
just for the actual bounty hunter pods, similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue. So you can stack up the pods and take multiple people back with you. It has less SCU than the ES. It only has 16 SCU. And
I'm still trying to get in
It does have
to
a
see
different
it.
loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like Owen said, it does have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Now, because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job, and we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo. This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you're actually playing. What do you think? So, last year we introduced the Spirit, and anyone that may be playing on live the last couple of days might have seen a new ship adding to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, ready to reveal to the public to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some images. The Zeus is actually in active white box development.
Really?
Right now. Do you just want to have a look? Shall we? Okay.
There we go. I finally got to the page. Damn it.
All right, so as you guys have seen with the Spirit and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process, and this is the first stage in that process. We call this white box. At this point, we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled it and plugged it all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game.
That looks sharp.
At this stage, with the Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here.
I got my trio.
So again, the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start
Yeah, I got
throwing
the
in
3-pack.
cargo,
I had enough credit to
interacting
get the
with
3-pack.
doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets,
That looks freaking awesome.
and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit,
Jack,
we've
bring on the
separated
pain.
the co-pilot
It is
seats a
available
tad
for
bit, just to allow
$475
players to get in and out a
for
little
the
easier.
non-Warbond
So with
version for
White
all
Box,
three.
not the prettiest
So you can
stage
get
in
all
the
three for the
process, but it is essential
$475,
that
or
we
you can
nail
get them
this,
individually.
because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
There are Warbonds available for each one.
So that was the RSI Zeus in the 3 variants. Obviously, as the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship. We're going to talk about the Cutter.
Yep, we knew this was coming.
Good little
So
ship.
individually, the
So,
Warbonds on
obviously,
the Zeus
last
are
year,
135 for the ES,
we
135 for
unveiled
the
the
CL, and
Cutter,
170 for
and
the
you guys seem to love
MR.
it.
Standalone
Some
prices
interesting
150,
information
150,
about
and
it.
190
It was actually the
respectively.
single most
But they
popular
are available
straight
up on the
flight ready ship
RSI
we've ever
site.
released. You guys really, really liked it. In addition to that, it's actually the best-selling Drake ship to date. But what people didn't know, and we kept a very good guarded secret that no one managed to figure out, no one, it was always meant to be a family of 3.
A family of 3?
Now, what everyone is already
Yep,
familiar
the
with
Scout,
is
and I
the base.
forgot
That's the
what was the
version
other
that's out
one.
in the universe right now that you're already enjoying.
The Redacted.
What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family, the Scout.
I didn't know it was supposed to be a family of 3.
Yeah.
All right, let's just take a minute
I think it was a
and
leak.
sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out.
Well, we know that the Reclaimer was supposed to. Oh, Cutter Scouts on the thing on the ship store. $45 for the Cutter Scout.
When the original Scout was, when the original Cutter was
50
released,
non-Warbond
a
standalone
aesthetic.
Warbond 45.
And now with the variants,
Oh, I'm sorry,
we'll be able to add
IAE
a unique
is
identity
$50.
to each version. On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system. And you'll see here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which
We've also
relates
added some
directly to the
paints.
scanning.
Yeah, I'm
gameplay
looking at
that
those
comes
paints
with
right
this
now,
ship.
and I'm actually liking some
In
of
addition
these.
to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences.
And straight to flyable.
Yep. So you can get an IAE version with an IAE paint for $50, or you can get
On
the
the
standalone
interior,
version for just
we've
$45 with
expanded
no
the rear
paint.
section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also
Yeah, I
increased
got,
the space
5
in
of
the rear
them.
to
I got the 5
house
pack.
the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition.
Nice.
And on the cockpit, it's the same cockpit that you all know and love from the original Cutter.
Bring on
From
the
this
OT.
view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve.
Thankfully, I had some credit. I don't have to worry about work OT. I had that covered. I've been saving.
We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout.
I like the
as
Cutter.
much as we
I
do.
like it in its current iteration. I'm kind of interested in what the third iteration was, because the Reclaimer was supposed to have a parasite ship called the Cutter. I'm wondering if it's going to be related to salvage.
So, obviously, we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base? It is a variant after all. So the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler.
Size 2 power plant, wow.
As well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately it has lost 2 SU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SU cargo capacity instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that.
Oh, hell yeah. This was my question, was if they're bringing in a scanning variant, did
So
they
what
make
is the
changes
future
to
of
scanning?
We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send a scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship.
Yeah, the Aquila is going to definitely
The
benefit from
underlying
advancements in
system
scanning.
will
So
work
is
on
the
signature
MSR.
system, similar to what it does today. And there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output. So if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found.
Nice.
Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you actually want to get to that location. That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, the Cutter Scout is actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off, if you haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it. Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great
Come on, H3, bring home the hat.
For you. John Crew is one of those names. Well, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
Oh, some more. Let's go.
Expedition is what the leak was.
Right. So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one
Terrapin,
and the
so I
flight
can
one
hate.
tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the future. So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog. So, each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those gray ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So, we have over 200
There's 12
vehicles
more
for us
ships
to
that are going to
support
be
as
out
a
by the
vehicle
end of the
content
year.
team.
Nice.
For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now, going,
Well, we have the C1
that's the
in
wrong number.
production.
This
We have,
includes
E1.
every single vehicle
Well, the C1's
that we've
actually
ever shown to you,
slated
whether
for
that's in a
321.
Squadron 42 visual tease,
SRV.
or like a trailer.
The cutter's
Some of them are
radar
obviously
dish
Squadron exclusives.
expands.
Some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all.
Oh, some of the
So
ships are
every
Squadron
vehicle in the
42
game,
exclusives.
We have our hands on, and we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out ships are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the Resource Network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships.
120 SCU on the
if you've
Zeus.
been paying super close attention. Some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that.
128 is
So we
actually
do
pretty
a lot of
respectable
work
for a small
across
freighter.
all aspects of both projects. And to do all that, we
More
need to
than
do
the
a few
MSR
things.
carries.
Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal.
Hilarious.
Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got 5 artists, or vehicle artists, 1 vehicle designer, 1 embedded QA tester, and 1 producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of a kind of talent that we can pick from. And it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team. Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And with more team members.
Kragan, I don't know if they're the ones working on the Apollo. I don't believe they are.
But we get more experience, we get more knowledge. And that's, that allows us to kind of tackle our larger, kind of more complex ships. You will notice there in 2022, there is a little dip. And unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, less people, so less power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us.
BMM.
With that,
people leave,
that
you
means us
lose
have to
knowledge
make
of what was
kind
being done with the
pretty
ship.
Hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably most well known, is the Bounty Merchantman. Yeah. Now, we're going to take a quick look at where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022.
They're releasing the Merchantman.
No, I don't think they're releasing it because the last thing they announced was they halted work on it because of the fact that people departed. This is showing where they got up to before those people left. You know this is going to kick off the platypus haters again, right?
Of course.
Yeah, people are always going to hate, no matter what it is.
the duckbill haters. I think that thing looks freaking amazing.
Yeah.
600 mil for these guys to drive around in supercars. Male, I mean, they're developing a hell of a freaking amazing game.
But it's closer to $1 billion now.
Almost half of what a phone game makes in a year.
Right.
Jeez. Yeah, I remember seeing the shots that they showed of this stuff during inside Star Citizen and all that. I mean, raging. Honestly, you know, the hate that this game gets, you know, some of it is brought on by CIG's communication style and all that. I won't deny that, but they are developing something that's never been developed before, to a scale that nothing else has ever been taken to. And with what they've done in this time frame, when you have other games that have spent just as long in development and have been released with a lot of issues, I'm glad they take the time to get it done and deal with the issues as they arise during development. Shadowjack 120 SCU is just a little bit short of the max. I think the max is it 160?
Freelancer max?
Yeah.
It's 120.
Is it 120?
Thought so.
So yeah, so the Zeus is going to be equal to the Freelancer max almost. Yeah, I remember all these shots when they were talking about the BMM a year ago. That was the orgy room. And there's the duckbill shot. You got rid of the Corsair and the F8C to get the 3-pack of Zeus.
So that video shows, you know, where we got up to with the Merchantman. You can see we'd finished white box. We were kind of into grey box. Some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the Merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop?
Yeah, you can always get out of your buyback.
You know, the Merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style.
122 on the max.
Very different
Thanks,
from what we
Shadowjack.
normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, you know, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists on.
Mail, since the last update, your ship spawn in the air cannot play at the moment.
In 2022, we didn't just lose.
I would definitely
lost a lot of the knowledge.
I would definitely recommend going to another station and trying to spawn them in there so it claims it and it claims it in an off state.
Is rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done.
Yeah, Biker, the guy that was doing the BMM left. Actually, several people that were working on it left, and that's why they got kind of shoehorned into having to start over.
And use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where, you know, we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that, you know, we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And I would absolutely love to be stood here on a stage and going, yeah, look at the Merchantman, it's amazing, like, it's, you know, it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments, I do see all the notes about it, and, you know,
Mail. Usually that's the trick that I'll do if I have that problem is I'll just spawn it or go in and claim it somewhere, and it will come in with the engines off.
Yeah. To add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of.
I've heard there was an issue when the person left.
So, let's talk about something else quickly. So, Squadron 42 vehicles.
That's going to be things like the Idris, the Kraken, things
How
like that.
many of you have an Idris of some kind?
Yep.
Right. So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. we're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit. all
Raging,
together
I don't
in
know
one
if it was a
delivery.
whole team or the main designers of it, but definitely I heard it was more than one person.
Javelin owners, I'm
and
afraid,
they
are gonna have to
lost
wait
a
a bit
lot of
longer
the
after that.
information.
Is obviously the bigger ship players can own, and we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it, and yeah, that will come after squadron releases. And those of you who also have the Vandal Scythe, Glaive, Blade, after squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well.
Nice. I will say I like the updated design of the Vandal and Glaive.
Okay. No kind of ship.
Here's your
panel
silhouettes,
that's been
J-Scal.
is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed
Yeah,
things
they
up.
do.
We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IAE next month. But again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
Yeah, just about a month, just over a month. IAE will be end of November, beginning of December. Those looks like the X1s, yeah.
Wait, what?
That's
So
the
no.
Lynx.
They already delivered it.
Right. That is the modular Argo.
Yep. Yep.
I always knew those compartments looked like they were supposed to move. That's the it's Spirit. Spirit. That's the Mirai.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's the Legionnaire.
Yep.
That's the other Spirit, the E1. No, that's a Zeus. There's something on the
Yeah,
bottom.
might be the Zeus. That's the Retaliator.
Yeah.
That's Perseus. Oh no, that is the Polaris. Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video. And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So the thing about doing another RSI ship is that we've got a really well-established
No, Kraken, they didn't show the
in our
Apollo.
universe. And it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the
The
team.
Retaliator's
on
a
something
great
that's kind
ship,
of
but
quite a known
it's
element.
just got no pilot-controlled
That
guns. Is
absolutely
my
not the only
biggest
benefit,
beef with
though.
it.
The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse. And we
Yeah,
can
I
make the most
do
out of
believe
them.
that both the Apollo and the
then
Galaxy
that allows us to
got quite some
focus our
time to wait
development time
for
and our
them.
efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship.
It'd be nice if the Tally had a nose
Tackling
turret.
them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out.
Perseus is one that I'm really
most
waiting
of our
on.
large RSI ships. And then we can, see what
Which
we
I'm
wanna take
surprised
on
they're doing the Galaxy before the Perseus.
They're reusing stuff from the.
I think that's pretty much everything
the
we want to
Polaris.
talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
What's going on? Hey. Nice.
It looks amazing.
The Galaxy is definitely going to be good. The Liberator I am definitely looking forward to, but the Polaris is one that a lot of people have been waiting a long time for. Morland, what's up? We're actually co-streaming the CitizenCon.
Oh, okay.
Now, they've actually increased the size of the ship multiple times, much like what they did with the BMM, based on space accountability. Raging, yeah, protect your bank account if you don't already have it. They increased the hangar, too, to include the ability to hold more ships.
Yeah, I need to go on and buy it.
I already have mine. I cannot wait to have this thing in my hands.
I didn't get it because I figured it was going to be a few years before it came out, but if it's going to be next year, I need to go on and get it.
I mean, right now, from what we're seeing, this thing looks phenomenal. There goes the hangar, and there goes the Scorpio. Okay, so it can hold the Scorpius. Shadow Jack just white boxed my butt. One word, swing. Oh, I am not disagreeing with you. I am all about seeing this ship make it in.
Wait, the Scorpius just take out Nitrous?
No, it's not 3 torps.
You gotta remember, the Polaris has multiple size 10 torpedoes.
I know.
Yeah, it's dropped 3 of them.
That's not the way it looked when I was saying.
Yeah, you can just see the smoke trail coming from the Polaris. That's it. You can see the actual launch.
The Galaxy is, they just announced that after the Polaris, the Galaxy is going to be finished up next, and then followed by the Perseus.
Whoa! Did you guys see that? That was amazing! Give it up for the ship team, everybody. That was amazing.
Shadow Jack,
We're back
how
on the
many
show
Furies
floor at
can that thing
CitizenCon
hold?
2953,
I can't even
showing you more
imagine.
Awesome things you guys might be missing if you're not here at the convention center. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down just a leisurely Sunday road drive. And when I drive, I take my favorite vehicle for driving.
Oh, this
the
is the
Drake
full-size
Dragonfly. That's right.
Dragonfly
It is
they got on
back
display.
from 2018 with a fresh new pyro paint job that you can see in the digital goodies pack if you purchase it now from the Roberts Space Industries pledge store. Check it out now. JRDF did an amazing job of making the Dragonfly look super pyro themed. Look here, we have the pyro amalgamated label, I guess you would call that. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a
God,
car
that
guy.
looks
I'm not a Drake
freaking
guy.
awesome.
We have like some very cool details, designs. I'm gonna try and hop on it. Let's see how badly this goes. Like a glove. It's super cool being up here, actually. I didn't think it would be this cool being up here, but it feels like you're about to drive a Dragonfly. If you guys are still here at the show floor,
So,
be sure to check out the Drake Dragonfly.
One question we got to take a look at.
I
What
really just
is
wanna,
the
like,
loaner
drive
for the
this thing off the
Zeus?
stage. You know that, like, what's that feeling you have where you're like on a balcony and you like look over the balcony and you're like, there's a little internal, it's intrusive thought. There's an intrusive thought where it's like jump. My intrusive thought is drive away. And I want to drive away on the Drake Dragonfly right now. This is so cool. We have photographers taking photos. If you guys are interested in looking at your photos afterwards, JRDF will be making those photos available to everybody.
I'm looking that up right
tweet it
now,
out.
Craig, and see
Galactica,
if it's
Get
updated.
on it. You know,
It's not
that's your
updated.
job. Anyways, I'll cut it back over to Jared. I'll see you guys back here soon. Have fun.
Fight for the mic. Fight for the mic. Just fight for the mic. Just grab the mic when you have to.
My guess
All right,
would
so
be
we are
that
here
maybe
with members of the vehicle team.
Connie?
I want to say,
Maybe
at the
Akani would
start
be
of the
close.
show, I made it very clear that marketing did not make any of those videos. Developers made any of those videos. I can't help but notice that Polaris took out that Idris really quick. Are you trying to start about 50 different arguments on Reddit?
Oh yeah, we love for the arguments. Love them. Polaris for life.
F the Idris.
F the Idris.
Wow.
Ben, would you like to go on record?
All ships are equally as brilliant as each other.
Until they get what's coming to them.
And Ellen, would you like to revise your answer?
F the Idris.
The views and opinions of Ellen Batchelor Jr. do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries. Don't look at us. Ben Parr's off the side.
You gotta love live broadcasts.
All right, so the Zeus. First question that I see a lot of people had on Twitch watching the stream is, obviously it doesn't look like the Zeus that we've all known from the lore and stuff. I mean, I think the first image of the Zeus was probably in 2012 or 2013 in that really early lore post. Why did we change it?
Were they not listening to the presentation?
I wasn't.
So there's a few things. Obviously, it was built as a product of its time, both in lore and back in the day.
I was too busy looking at how handsome you look.
Oh, thank you. But also, and I think Ben will probably want to talk about more of this, is we have design languages for RSI now.
It is true. He does better when things go off the rails.
Yeah, I think when we look at reimagining one of our ships.
Sometimes I think he tries to get them to go off the rails.
We didn't want to just release the classic Mini today. We wanted to look at it and...
Today, so maybe tomorrow?
No. What we wanted to do was bring it up to standard.
Isn't
both
he?
in terms of its quality and what it can deliver as a ship, but also visually. I think RSI has grown as a manufacturer over the years. I think you can see how not all ships roll off the production line in day one. Each of our manufacturers also have a history, and I think it's fine to see progression for that throughout the timeline of our game. Sorry, Zach.
Just say you hate the Zeus.
It's not just the visuals of it, though. It's important that the amount of time it would take to get your jalopy, because that's why I ask, and up to level.
Jalopy.
He did it. He did it. This is the real reason. You're going to be in the center. You're gonna be in the center now. Go ahead.
The amount of time it takes to actually get a ship, the amount of time it takes to get a ship actually flight ready in the universe, it would be a lot of work to get something that, for the most part, has about the same amount of space as a space shuttle, and you wouldn't be able to use any of the gameplay. You wouldn't be able to fill it with cargo. It'd be really difficult getting out. And if we're spending that amount of time getting something flight ready in the universe, we'd much rather give you something you can engage with.
We can't complain if you don't give us ships that don't do anything. Come on,
Do-
stop explaining it.
Do more with. It's far more interesting to get a ship that you can do bounty hunting in, or cargo in, or...
He just walks off.
Comes over, asks us to do an interview and wanders off.
It's going to be one of those live streams, huh? All right, we're almost at the end. We're almost at the end. All right, so enough about what the Zeus isn't. The Zeus, favorite thing, top of your head, what's your favorite thing about the Zeus? Ellen? F the Idris. Mark, favorite thing about the Zeus?
EMP, quantum dampener.
Okay, favorite thing?
Oh, it's going to have EMP.
The white and black color scheme.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
It's belly. It's
Yeah,
got a really
the
lovely,
gunboat.
sleek belly. Like a space shuttle.
Nah.
I just had this image of a Zeus wearing Spanx.
Oh.
What are you laughing at? All right, so we also talked about the Cutter Scout. Is this the last variant of the Cutter we're going to see? When we first introduced the Cutter, we said it was a platform ripe for future variants. Is this the last Cutter variant that's on the thing, or can you maybe tease something for the future?
Absolutely not. There was obviously that mysteriously third blurred image. So Montreal, the Montreal team, did both of them as basically their first onboarding task into the vehicle pipeline. Both of them are done now. So you will see the third one soon, TM.
IAE.
Probably IAE, I would
You
think,
just have
yeah.
a done spaceship and you're not putting it out there.
Strange, isn't it?
That entire talk about the pipeline was BS. You've got a done spaceship. Put it out, John Crew.
No, we've just really streamlined it.
It's about the belly. All right. We're working with diminishing returns here, so we're going to wrap this up. We're going to go back to Dan. He's back in Hall B. I think he's at the merch booth. Dan, what do you
Okay,
got
I
for
bought
us?
the damn bobblehead.
Well, the opposite of diminishing returns is amazing merch. I am here at the
I'm
merch
predictable,
booth.
what
Some
can I say?
amazing merch that we made just for CitizenCon. Now, if you guys are at home feeling the FOMO, that's fair. You guys should have been here, and I'm very sad you're not here. But don't worry, if you're not here, most of the merch on display behind me is available for you guys to pick up at the RSI Pledge Store.
Yeah, I
right
got
now.
the hoodie,
there
too.
are obviously some exclusive CitizenCon stuff only for CitizenCon attendees. So if you're here at the show floor, come over to the merch booth. The line was astronomical earlier today.
Should
It's
have
much
a
more
little
manageable
beer
now,
helmet
so if you
for it.
haven't gotten a chance to pick it up yet, now might be a good time to make your way over to the merch booth and pick up some stuff. I was given a sweet box as an early Luminalia present, so we're going to do a little bit of an unboxing to show you guys
If it's a
some of the cool
handlebar.
stuff. I mentioned earlier that I helped the subscriber program
Oh,
at one
okay.
point, and one of my favorite pieces of subscriber flair that I was responsible for was the CDF bobbleheads. We have brought them to life finally. I know everyone has been asking for a long time for us to make these bobbleheads. Sure enough, we did. You can see them. People are
Rashid, yeah,
blocking
the
way.
Zeus Mark
Trust
II
me, they look
is
exactly like the
probably
ones
close
in-game.
to
They're
Corsair
super cool,
size.
super awesome. Again, if you want a little bit of the verse
There's
in
the
your home,
bobblehead on the left.
pick up a bobblehead
It's
on your
bigger
way
than I
out.
thought it would be.
Thank you, Luminalia Claus, for your bobblehead. This is hard to do with one hand. What else we got here? We have this very nice. People keep saying we only make black shirts. We
I
now
like
have
the
an orange
black
shirt.
shirts.
Take that, haters. This is actually really soft. They gave me this for a bit. I'm probably just going to steal this, to be honest. You guys won't tell, right? You guys, hey, no narking. Everyone chat, be cool. And we finally, man, this is so cool. I've heard about this, but this is like feeling it for the first time. We have this Black Star Citizen hoodie. You can see on the sleeves we have Xion and Banu. I asked Dave Haddock
Yeah, I
directly
did order
what
that
they
one.
said, and
I
his
do
response
like
was,
the hoodie.
"I don't know." So whatever they say, I'm sure it's something very profound and wise from these alien races. Again,
Why
I'm
does
just
it
gonna
strike
steal
me
this,
that
so-
that looks like
Sorry,
Jared's
merch team,
kid?
if you were expecting profits on those merch, you're not going
Am
to.
I wrong?
Now, we do,
No,
again,
you're
have 3
completely right.
exclusive merch items for people who are here at
The
CitizenCon.
nose,
We have a
perfect match.
pyro t-shirt.
The
and we have 2
beard.
lithographs. I don't know if you can get...
Yeah.
Oh, get I can't take him anywhere. Truly, I cannot. I don't know if you're able to see that burn-in pyro
Biker
t-shirt
Scout,
off
yeah,
over
right.
there. as
It looks like it's
exclusive
Jared's
for people who are
kid.
Here at CitizenCon 2953. Also in the middle there, we have those 2 lithograph art pieces. Again, exclusive. This guy, I can't take him anywhere. Who was that man? No one important, I'm sure. But yes, we have those 2 exclusive art pieces for people who are here at CitizenCon 2953.
Raging, yeah,
Oh, what's
CitizenCon
this?
is on my
Oh
list
my God,
of
that strange
things I gotta
homeless-looking
hit.
man also gave me these AirPod cases with a little Finley attached with it. You know what? Maybe that guy was all right. Whoever he
It's
is,
a
I hope he's
Francis.
having a good
Finley's the
day.
purple one.
But I actually do need new AirPod cases. So again, like everything else, I'm just going to keep this. I think that wraps it up for me. So I'm going to throw it back to the main convention floor. There's going to be a lot more stuff here at CitizenCon. You guys will see it either later today or tomorrow. See you guys then.
All right, and of course, we will also be here tomorrow for day 2. We've got one more panel left today. And the panel that remains for today is going to be navigating the universe. And this is going to be taking a look at the evolution of UI features that help players view, engage, and interact with their surroundings, offering exciting new perspectives on the Star Citizen universe. So that is coming up next. And we will be checking that out after the final panel. We will wrap it up and be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time for day 2, starting with character advancement, which is going to be the character customization tool. And then that's going to be followed by life in first person, taking flight, and then living on the edge, destination adventure, and the closing ceremonies. So again, we want to thank Anrol, H3, and Vumik, who are attending the convention out there in person, for checking in with us periodically and sending us screenshots. But don't forget, get your entries in here for a chance to win an Aurora MR starter pack. And that is our giveaway of the month for November 1st. It will be awarded. All you got to do is follow on your prospective channel and keep an eye on your notifications for seeing if you won. We will reach out to that winner November 1st. There is a 48-hour time period to claim the prize, or we pick an alternative winner. And that is a benefit if you do already have a game pack, because you'll be able to use that additional game pack, get an NPC that you can use on your multi-cruise ships, as we see people doing the T-pose on their chairs there at the convention. But also, don't forget, if you're thinking about getting the Star Citizen, use that referral code at the bottom of the screen. It gets you an extra 5,000 AUEC when you sign up, as well as right now through the 19th of October, you can get a free Consolidated Outland hover quad with a paid game pack on a new account. And it's going to be free of charge to you. It's a completely upgradable ship. It's a, I think, was a $35 value, I think. And it comes with LTI, so you can always upgrade it to anything else that you want. You just can't melt it. But you'll have that permanently, and you can transfer that insurance into anything that you move that up to. Helgen, what's going on? Great to see you're finally out of New Babbage. You paid someone to take you to a new location. That's good. That will definitely, hopefully help you out there. But also, don't forget, we do appreciate everybody's support, and visit the merch store. All of that goes right back into our giveaway so that we can do the giveaways here monthly. And we always appreciate you guys being here. We are here on a regular basis every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for gameplay. And tomorrow we'll be doing day 2 of CitizenCon, so there won't be any gameplay tomorrow. But come check it out and see all the new stuff that's being announced at the CitizenCon. Of course, we just found out about the Drake Cutter Scout, which is in-game now. And it's available for $50 with an IAE paint, or $45 without the paint. And then it has additional paint packs that are available new to the cutter. And what they showed here is there is a third cutter variant that we will be seeing eventually here soon, and most likely my guess is at IAE. We also found out about the Zeus Mark II, which has 3 variants, MR, ESCL, with all different gameplay loops that they're going to be used in, cargo, bounty hunting, and such. And those are available on the ship store now for individual purchase, or a 3-ship package for $475 as a standalone, or you can get the War Bond for $450 with all 3 ships, no additional paints with it, or you can get the ships individually for War Bond of $130 for 2 of them, and $170 for the, I think it's the bounty hunting one that's $170. And then of course, you also have the ability to get those as standalone at $150 each, plus the third one is $190. We've definitely got ours secured. Don't know what the loaner is for it yet, as that loaner matrix has not been updated. Let's see if we've got any. No new postings, so we don't know what that loaner is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it be a Connie. I really wouldn't be surprised if we see a Connie for at least most of them. That would make sense, but we'll have to wait and see what the loaners are for that. So lots of great things here. We saw demonstrations earlier of Star Engine as well as resource management, and just got through the ship panel. So lots of great items going on here.
Yeah, some really cool stuff coming out.
Oh, hell yeah, there are. Ship release seems sus. Gravity Cat in the Discord. So you think we'll get more info about stuff tomorrow? Yeah, there's a whole nother day of more panels. Probably not a new ship. No, all the new ships come out in the ship panel. Tomorrow it's going to be game engine. It's going to be character customization and the UI features. So no, I do not expect any ship releases tomorrow. What was so overall? What was the participants' response to the Zeus and the Cutter Scout?
Well, everybody in the room loved them.
I think they're great. I think they're absolutely amazing. And response for seeing the Polaris?
Oh, that was a huge response.
Yeah, that is definitely exciting to see that thing getting pushed through. And we know that the Polaris is going to come out first, and then they are going to actually do the Galaxy before the Perseus, and the Galaxy is going to come out after the Polaris, followed by the Perseus. And they're kind of gearing towards manufacturer completion. So RSI is the first manufacturer to go through. Oh, no, there's a guy dressed up as a Vanduul. Oh no, Banu. He's dressed up as a Banu. So any other things that you've seen on the floor there that we haven't seen in the panels?
No, I think y'all seen everything, plus the information we've shared so far. So nothing beyond that yet.
Just a lot of fun going and playing in the pyro area.
Yep. 40 minutes is a short time to get through it. I think they were overselling how much you could actually do in that 40-minute period.
Well, from what they were
but it's
saying,
still cool.
they said it was very easy to spend the entire 40 minutes in the station alone.
Yeah, the station is just freaking huge. It's unlike anything we've seen in Star Citizen so far.
Oh, I gotta imagine. I mean, so far, it's been definitely a lot of great information for CitizenCon. And here we go. We're coming up on the Navigating the Universe here, and this is going to be an interesting panel for sure.
Yeah, hopefully we get pyro by the end of the year.
How are you doing, Los Angeles?
If that's where the Polaris is at, they have their work cut out for them. I think they've got quite a bit done on the Polaris. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes from there. I mean, they're anticipating what they said within
David,
the next year.
But everyone calls me Bone.
It'll be a year from today.
Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later. So my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company.
Back after this,
and if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming.
Okay, and as this panel kicks off here, I'm going to grab a quick drink. I'll be right back.
One in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zain Bian. And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So, along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there, we'd like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe. Huh. So, why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes. And there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet. And all this can be shared with friends online. And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows, it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short.
The Polaris is going to be massive.
Fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs or the hood or the kiosks where you get your spaceship or you trade commodities or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see. Diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is through the helmet visor display. Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0 that came out. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first adventures into the online universe, and as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and like tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI tech team wrote a few years ago, we're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it. Simon? You on this?
Hey everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. The various teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features
nobody is feeding
and allows
the
us
UI
to add more
team.
in future. And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen Persistent Universe.
Well, last year we saw the UI for the mobiGlas for
I believe
Squadron
user
42.
interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we designed player-facing UI, we often tried to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible.
What's up,
to make
Badger?
it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack.
All right. Yep, we're still broadcasting the
So,
CitizenCon.
I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game?
Does anyone else
Does anybody
having
here want to
trouble
see a
with,
live demonstration?
inventory not showing up?
Not
Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short
since
demo.
last patch.
Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the
tried
game.
3 times today,
Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show.
In
which is a
the
little different to what
hospitals,
you see in
yes,
the
there
live
is a
game.
bug in the hospitals.
Okay, so
this was
as you
in
can
my
see,
room.
Bones driving.
I woke up.
Well, if you died,
I'm
you
going to
woke
say
up in
Bones'
the
name a
hospital.
lot, and the other guys too.
Yeah,
so
but then I
it's probably the
couldn't
most times
get
you'll hear
the,
that in any presentation.
Deal to work, so I logged
Okay,
out.
welcome to the Orison
logged back in,
Providence
put me in my
platform.
room,
You may have spotted it earlier.
wasn't
You may
there.
have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor.
Yeah, where are you
developed and
at?
Tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be
I'm
happy
on,
to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen.
Something Dream
But
station.
this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe.
Well, I mean, if you're
As
at
you
a
can see,
station and you
the display
died,
is
you
very
won't
clean
have
by default.
inventory there because your
Many of the
inventory's back
elements
at
are
your home
contextual,
planet.
meaning they appear when you
I've
need
been-
them to avoid
I've
cluttering
had
the
this
screen.
as my
We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things
place
so we
for
can
a while,
focus on them
'cause I'm
later in this
mining off
demo.
of it.
Right,
Okay,
but your
Bone, let's move
inventory
into the
doesn't
scene,
move
please.
there. The only things that will be there is what you take there physically.
Alright, just go buy you some stuff there.
Okay, when we get a new
I
mission
did,
objective,
and then I
it appears
died.
in the top right of the screen.
And then I went out
And you can see that our first
didn't
mission
come with
is to
me.
repair a radiation leak. We've
Yeah,
done
I
a major
mean,
overhaul
if
of
you
the
died and
augmented
you
reality marker
if you
system,
died with
so
it
we can
on,
follow
yeah,
the
it
yellow
won't be
on-screen
there.
marker
But
to
if
get
you
to our
died
objective.
and then you went and bought
At
new,
the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass.
and it's not showing up, then yeah,
Okay,
that's
Bone, let's head towards the objective.
that's a bug going on.
Yeah,
Okay.
buy some more.
We were already
Because you gotta remember, when you die, you lose your
status
gear.
widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual
use it when you
polish
log
and
out.
added a few new ones.
One of the ones that happened.
Depending on how you're logging out,
The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to
well, that's interesting.
So yeah, is this a new mission?
If we were in
or
space,
just-
we could use a salvage and repair ship.
It seems like
Luckily,
it's some type
UE
of
have some advanced
yeah,
portable
mission
tech.
repair type mission or
Bone,
something.
please equip the military multi-tool.
A military
The military
multi-tool.
multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe.
Nice.
Interesting.
It's a more slimline looking multi-tool.
Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing. So let's head into the scene.
We're not playing Squadron 42. Show us Star Citizen.
Go
Well,
on,
all
Bone.
this stuff will eventually
Let's walk
move
forwards
over
a bit.
to Star Citizen.
I know.
Okay. Now we fix the damage.
Stop
we need
being
to find the
salty,
enemies that
J-Scout.
caused it.
Isaac gonna use his magic
While we're on the
multi-tool
way,
to take care
you'll
of
notice
the
that
intruders.
the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen.
He's just going to over
We're
medicate
emitting
him and make him all
infrared,
drunk.
electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the
salvage
background
them into
levels,
silent green.
it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight.
Nice. Good.
There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also
That's
see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier.
Okay,
Yeah, I did too. I was
let's
gonna
fight
say
the bad
something
guys.
about it, but I forgot.
Hey, a grenade actually threw.
There you can see our new explosive marker, designed to help you spot
It
deadly
didn't
grenades,
just fall at the
mines, and
person's
missiles
feet.
more easily.
Nice. He's selling ores, right?
Yeah, that's Orson. But again, this is Squadron 42. Single player campaigns.
Okay, well done, Bone.
So armistice zones and things like that probably will not be there and react the same. Because you're not going to have other players there to interact with. Hey, Biker, he has God mode on? Probably.
Yeah, he does.
Success.
Now you can interrogate.
Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the Moby Glass. The Moby Glass is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind. To make it look good, and also lay the groundwork for future expansion.
Kneecap.
Let's bring up the Moby Glass, please, Bone.
Nice.
Yeah, that's much better.
Nope.
It's a lot more cluttered.
Pretty cool, huh?
But
very cluttered.
We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals,
against
as
the
you can
sun.
see, to
Let's
make
see
it
how
feel
it
more
looks against the
three-dimensional.
sun.
and
I think
holographic.
that's where you're going to have a
This
problem.
is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military Moby Glass we've created for Squadron 42.
I don't care what transparent thing you've
This
got.
version has a
working with
focused
baggage,
selection
so.
of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the
I
Moby
mean, I
Glass
wouldn't be
to the Star
surprised if,
Citizen
I
Pacific
mean,
universe.
obviously it's got some shading
It'll
to
also
make
have
it a
more of a
little bit better,
smartphone
but
feel in
even
the
with a
PU
bright
with a
enough
wider range of
effect on the
apps.
back, it's going to hinder it.
Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an
Star map.
overview of our health, the environment,
Star
and even
map,
our
yeah,
ship.
really.
We can also check our mission objective. Okay, so that's enough about the Moby Glass. We've got
Thank
some
you,
more
Biker.
really cool UI just around the corner. And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us.
Oh, this is gonna be
Without
Star
these
map.
systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary
new
to
star
make
map?
your ventures meaningful.
Just get to it, dude.
So,
You're not Apple.
with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal.
He said download a terminal?
That's what you said.
Hacking?
Let's go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen
Yeah, turn
is
your
a fully
flashlight on.
live 3D representation of the environment that we are
Isn't that
in.
Your Moby Glass.
No, they don't have that part in the Moby Glass.
I said, why not?
You can see callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around. You can rotate
you
it.
see it's got a
and you
download
can even
button.
cycle the floors that you're on.
You can probably
to
download it to your Moby
isolate
Glass.
the visuals
No,
of the floor
we're
that
in the
you're
future,
on.
man. What the hell? I can do this on my phone today.
So our current objective.
Do you want
it's much
SC
more
Google?
interesting if we can actually take this
Or
on the
Bing.
go.
I'll take Bing over
So
this.
let's download it to our data bank.
And I hate Bing.
Did you really just say Bing?
Yep.
As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor.
Nice. Mini map.
Now, the thing that's really interesting to note at this point is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available.
Yeah, I
You
do
may
like the mini-map.
encounter rundown settlements, or you might come across a cave that
let me
no
blow
one
my
else
nose
has
real
ever
quick.
set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and just save that to your databank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So this map, what we see in the upper left corner of our visor, is not really just a map. What
He's
it
really
really
dragging
is
this out.
actually data. It's our radar.
Yeah, he
and we
really
can
is.
see contacts on our radar
he
as
must
we
have worked
scan.
for Apple or something.
And it's basically
He's just
what
not
we
using
have
enough
available
superlatives.
in stored
I
in our
have a feeling
database.
they were
So
also going to make that the FPS radar.
because we have the location
He is
data
kind of dragging
saved
it
to our
out a little
databank,
bit, but
we can obviously access that.
how
via
often
our
do these
mobile
guys
glass.
really get a chance
So
to
let's
be
go
the
ahead and
spotlight?
pull it up in our mobile glass, because this is going to get really interesting.
I like the way it looks.
Yeah, I do too. Krabby Guy, he's sorry from all the weightlifting
So,
he
Bo,
did
I would
before
like you
stream.
to cycle between the different floors for us, please.
Nice.
So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are. I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What
Notice how
you're
it has
seeing
cancel route, set route,
is
and all that, so it
not
seems
a
like
pre-baked asset.
they're
And I
going to
wanna
make it so that
reiterate
you can set a
because
marker or a
all of
place
our
to go, and
all
it's
of our
going to guide you
environments
to it as
Can
well.
be very dynamic,
Yeah.
and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment, and we can't export a totally custom assets.
No, I'm surprised, and hopefully we'll see something
so
on it
what
tomorrow.
We've done
I
is
haven't
we've
seen anything
collaborated
on
with
the
our graphics team
UGFs yet.
to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost. So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting. So we might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later. We can see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state.
Sorry. Rashug, when you talked to,
which
so
they
you
won't
talked
display
to
red.
this guy
And
at Bar
doors that are
Citizen, he
open
said they
will be
were
green.
hoping
And
to
there
make
are
it
other entity
VR
callouts
compatible eventually.
That can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, Bone.
Now, if they could just get that set route and set marker and all that for the star map.
Maybe that one. Maybe that door looks interesting. Press T. So what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And these are all saved to our databank, and we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers.
Yeah,
on,
I know that
on
the
market.
word was they do
So
plan
the
on
thing about
eventually
this,
getting VR.
we
working
can't
with
really
it.
talk about markers without mentioning data running. So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they make investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data and yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So
Yeah.
you'll
It's in the center of the planet.
When you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is. So the other thing is we have a mission objective as well, and it would be very nice to be able to route to that mission objective. How do we get there?
Looks like they have
That
the
is
doors
another
on the-
purpose of the
the
map
boats
is
going between the
basically
platforms lit up
navigating
too.
and
Mhm.
letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective.
That's what we need for the star map.
So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this
The
under
only
the
problem
hood
is
is
you have to
actually
find that wall terminal
utilizing
with the downloadable map.
another piece of tech,
Yeah,
AI
you do.
pathfinding.
Unfortunately,
And
you
so
can't just map it out as you
what
go
that
either.
allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to basically, it does all the heavy lifting. We just make it look pretty. So because of that,
40 tons of break.
there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It
Save
might
'em
have a
for the
locked
space
door,
cows.
or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators,
animals in
and it
Pyro?
will handle
Well,
fires,
no, during
locked
the
doors,
Star Engine
and it will just handle everything.
thing, they showed
So that
space
is an
whales and they showed the
example of
cows on
sort of
the
a piece of tech that we've
microtech.
leveraged under the hood
Oh yeah, I know.
to
I'm
help
just,
us
was
achieve
just
this
thinking about it. Was there
goal.
anything on the Pyro planet that somebody has found maybe?
No, not
So-
that anybody's shown anything. Oh, okay. So Kragan says they did say that you would map
One
it as
last
you go
thing
when
to
there's no
do
finished maps for sale.
at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we could send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please.
Nice.
So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there. As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates.
Gravity Cat
And
would have
if
shot
you
them.
deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get
At this
to your
point, I would have too.
destination. So there's our buddy. He's flying in. So we'll make our way up to the Carrack here. To the right. You'll also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective.
Well,
called
yeah,
out
in
on the
Squadron
map.
42, you can do that, but not.
And as
not
you'll
gonna
notice,
be able
as
to
we
do
head
that
up
in
the
PU.
stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs.
We knocked him on his ass.
If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up. So as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map.
Was that button on the wall sparking?
And it's totally seamless
I didn't see
as
the
you
button.
transition between the two.
It was.
Yeah, so your
So let's
your
go ahead
map
and pull
actually
up our
goes right
mobile
on
glass
into
again
the ship, so
and
you
get
get a map of
wider
the ship
view
now.
of our ship.
Oh, that'll help.
So we are now on the technical
Oh, hell
deck,
yeah, it will.
But we can also see the other floors.
Rashid
If
said,
you
yeah, it was sparking.
Traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it. Here's our cartography deck.
Who shows that?
Down one. And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed from a previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right?
No matter where
It's
they go with
utilizing
anything,
our
any
tech.
amount of thing they introduce is going to
So,
have the potential for bugs.
Not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay. So other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool for school.
I do like the mapping. No, there are no bathroom labels there at Gravity
So-
Cat. You'll have a litter box in the corner.
We've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, I mean, our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is.
Get on with it.
What if, what if?
Yes,
happens?
the Carrack
we
does have
tried
server
this?
rooms.
What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going.
It's going to go right into the star map, isn't it?
Keep zooming out, all the way out, all the way out. Let's go, let's
That's
go.
not a compass around there, is it?
Yeah, it is.
So, it's not just the interior map, it's not just the radar, it is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales. And
the little one wants
at
the
this
kitty
point-
ears. I think they still offer them on Amazon.
We are above Crusader.
They were supposed to eventually come
and at
out
this
with
point, I want
different
to
animal
invite
ears like
Emily
bears
Hansen
and
onto
bunnies
the
and
stage
stuff like
to
that,
talk
but I don't know
about
if they ever
the
did.
map as seen
Zozzy
at
Dumpling,
this
what's
scale.
going on? Good to see you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Do I have a Discord for the group to hang out? Yes, I do. It actually is
Hello, CitizenCon.
in the bio
Are you ready
page.
for this?
And there's the link for it there too.
Phone, do you want to click on the marker? As you all suspected, this is the star map.
Yep, so they backed it out right to the star map.
But do we get a compass in ground
I'm
vehicles?
so excited to be here today to reveal
No,
this to you all.
you just have to follow the
hope you're
mass
excited
tags of
too.
everybody else running the Daymar rally.
Now, I think we all know.
And remember to
the
put your
current
helmet
star
on.
map needed a bit of work, and we've done that. Now,
Crack
mapping
it
the
open to
universe
see, and
is
you'll
no
see this
easy
in
task,
322.
but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade
Velma
to make it so much
cosplay,
easier
I
for
know,
you
it
to navigate
is,
the
isn't it?
stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Phone, why don't you take a look around?
Who says that's
Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic. And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority.
Oh, they had
which
mentioned
is why
about
the
doing
marker
different
displays the
ears.
player icon and color.
Not sure if they're actually getting around
By
to it,
smartly
though.
merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more? Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can see, take a look at Crusader and all of its moons.
There's the link for the cat ears there. They're $19.99 biker, but that's the link to the green ones I have. They also
You can
offer them
also
in
see
pink.
that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin. Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please?
No, we can't.
Cool. When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly.
Don't care.
You did it, Bone.
Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Selin now.
Is it
to focus.
bone or is it bone or phone?
Bone. I'm beginning to realize why the star map was so horrible to begin with. The presenters are trouble.
Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action?
What I wanted to be able to do is map a route all the way past Crusader to your final destination without getting
Markers
confused
on the
because you have
far side of
to
the planet
go
fade
around the
out,
planet.
so they don't take
Yep.
focus from the locations you currently
That,
care more
and
about on
when
the
you're
near
in
side of
party,
the planet.
can you
Bone,
map to
can you double click on one of the
location
points
with
of
all the party
interest?
markers?
Yep, or zoom in tight enough to where maybe if you click on an area, it gives you a list of all the markers on one
As we
spot and you
selected
can
this
pick which one
marker,
you
its
want.
label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations?
It would be.
Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we
Bone,
can
for
see
the love of
Crusader.
God.
Let's hunt Bone down.
Only have to quantum
We
once
wanted to
and
ensure
it
you
just
have
ping
freedom to
pongs
move
you
around,
off the
but
stops.
this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and
the
when
stops
markers
don't
appear.
bother me. The inability to map all the
Markers
way
need to
from
disappear
A
when they
to
get too
Z
small,
is the one that
but
kind
also
of
stay
burns me the
visible
most.
when they're still relevant to your view. This
Yeah, let's
isn't
go.
simple
And then we'll
because
complain about not
objects
being
in
able
a
to plot
solar
them straight
system
there.
are
Yeah,
vastly
Ron
different
Dog,
sizes.
the Polaris
Think about the
looks
size of a star
absolutely
versus a
amazing.
planet
I am
versus
stoked
you,
on that.
the player. You're kind of small compared to a star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality. They've been scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear.
Yay. Nice magic trick.
You can also start to see Crusaders orbit line
Just
around the
keep
sun here.
scrolling, bud.
Before we go back, before we move
That
on to that,
bud is bone.
let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer.
Oh, God.
As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around.
I feel sorry for this dude.
As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space. Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yayla.
No.
hit one button to completely zoom out. There is a button you can hit to completely zoom out.
The
That already
magnetic
exists
cursor
in the
does not
star map.
require us to click on markers.
You can double right click, or you can hit the
Bone, can you keep
crosshair in
zooming
the
in?
top thing, and it will go back to a central
Thank
view.
you. You can see that the surface markers
the
appear without
barcodes
us
going
needing
around
to
the
select Yayla itself.
I think
Imagine
those are
how much easier
bearings.
finding that
Those are
outpost will
bearing
be
markers. Right now, this is a showing of the Squadron 42 Moby Glass
Crusader,
and how
as
it's
you
going
all
to
know,
interact
isn't
and
all
work.
there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe?
just zoom the fuck
Bone?
out.
Let's give that a try.
Lord. This is painful.
Yes, Bone. Do it that way.
What I'm
Go
curious
to
about is
Calliope.
the marker database. Is that going to be markers
Yeah,
that you've set,
I
or is
think
that
we're
going to
getting
be
lost.
known positions that
Pretty
you could
sure we
just
can all
select your
disagree this
position
might
out
not
of a
be the
list?
best strategy. So what can we do?
Give up.
Bone, let's try clicking on the middle
Biker
button over
Scout,
here.
this is being developed for Squadron 42, and a lot of these things will be
This
moved to
returns us
PU,
to
but
our
they're
previously
developing them for
selected
Squadron
marker.
42 first.
As I mentioned, we did not select Yayla, so we've gone back to Selin.
Bone, hit backspace.
So, now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction. But we're still not at Calliope. So, we need to find a different way. Bone, could you take a step? Could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system?
Step
please?
back from the star map, Bone.
And there it is.
Still not at Calliope.
I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic
You're
cursor
taking a
in
drink
action
every
again.
time she says boom.
You're gonna die of
You're
alcohol
gonna be
poisoning.
wasted.
I got to drive after this. I got to go let Betty's dogs
Can you zoom in,
out.
Bone? Thank you. It's so cool to see more of our moons and planets and how different they all look.
No,
You
it's
say
not.
so.
Okay, so this
No,
is
it's not great.
But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way.
Maybe the
We've got
select in
you.
the top left corner
We've
or the marker
provided a
database.
drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system.
Why are
Bone,
we dragging this out?
want to expand it now?
Well, they're up there for a reason. I kind of figured that was something like that. No, it's not voice. It's not a voice-acted
We're actively
module. The
working
guy
on
that
ways
she's
to
talking
improve
to
the
is
way this
actually
list
named
is presented
Bohm.
to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality.
Now the only downfall is that it obviously won't include player
But for now,
locations.
Bone, let's use this to go to Ariel.
Oh no, I know you were cracking. I was cracking a joke.
I absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me? So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at
Yeah,
Security
it does
Post
sound like
Korea?
she's playing phone or saying phone.
It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful.
Or you could just scroll alphabetically.
Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station?
There it is.
With a bunch of clutter around it.
Bone, can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list.
Boy.
It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so
Okay,
you can
so
use
they
this
limit
to
it to
quickly
just
return
3.
to places in case you want to check
Is there an
something else
incognito
again.
mode?
Bone, let's use this to go back to Ariel.
Clear history.
Clear your search history.
Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring.
No, I didn't
think
go to
it's
Teddy's
time
Playhouse.
that
How
we
did you
head
know
back.
that?
We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight
Or we
there.
could have Bone Pan.
Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our carrot map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map just a few minutes ago.
Probably click on the button.
So, let's
to
see
take
what
you all the way
happens
in.
when we focus
Back to
on
your
our
person.
player marker. Go ahead, Bone.
Hey, yeah, it's that person button. Okay, I will admit the buttons and the drop down list in the top are a little predictable as to what they do.
So yeah, here's our carrot again. Being able to simply zoom between
Round
these
Dog,
map
it is
contexts
awesome
lets you draw meaningful
that they have
connections between
those
what's on
features
the
in,
ground
especially
and
with the
what's in
drop-down list and
skies
all that.
like never before.
And definitely great
Bone,
additions.
just for fun,
Just a
let's
bit
zoom
predictable
all the way back out
as to how
so we
they
can
have
see
it
the
set up,
entire
but they are
Samson
great
solar
add-ins.
system. It's just so cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes.
Hey, where are the jump points?
Well,
oh man,
you're probably
With all
not going
these
to
new
have jump points in
possibilities for
Squadron
moving around the
42.
star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls
They
are so
probably
much
haven't gotten to
smoother
that
and
point
easier
yet.
to use than the star map you're all used to, as I
else
hope
did they
Bone
make the
agrees.
Vandal?
Knowing that what
Well, I
we've
mean,
shown here
eventually
today
they'll
is
use
just
them,
the
but who knows
beginning
if it's
for the
going to
upgraded
be,
star
you know,
map.
like,
You saw
you know, in
pinning
PU,
in
and
the
made
local
good
map,
for Squadron
and we'll
42.
add
It
this
could
to
be
the
a
star
load
map
screen
before you get hit.
or a cutscene.
Just imagine being able to mark something
Oh, it better
interesting
not
you
be.
find out there in the verse,
Mr.
and then
Roberts will have
sharing that
something to answer
location with
for.
friends, just like Zane said. Exploration is about to get a lot more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet.
Unless you're looking out a bright window and won't be able to see it. I do like it though. I do really like it.
And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver Bone back to the stage.
The sun actually looks dimmer
Thanks,
in
Emily.
the image right there.
Thanks a lot. So we're really, really excited about
You
getting all
sound
these
excited.
features into your hands of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
I would imagine that they would allow
We know they're
Q-Chain
gonna
to
make
the
a
pins. You
huge
got to
difference
remember
to
right
the way
now
you
what we're
make your
seeing
way
is
around the
for
universe.
Squadron 42.
So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around.
Biker, he's not sure what to do without somebody saying his name.
There's a new Mobiglass coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're
Oh,
going to
there's an
develop some
AI.
new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings.
Nice.
Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring new mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends.
Can that be our night vision too, please?
Night vision is going to be the last thing we ever see, probably.
Or the Idris. That looks great.
He's the new Alexa. That's your AI for in-game. It's not going to be like Picard saying computer or you know, you saying Alexa at your home. It's going to be Bone. Take me to Orison. Oh my God, we
More of
shouldn't give him
Orison.
any ideas, that's for sure.
Horizon. And of course, our entirely new integrated star map
Bone make it
With its
so,
new
yeah.
interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost. A whole new perspective. With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today? Thank you very much. Cheers.
I mean, it is definitely interesting. I'll try to find the bathroom bone.
All right. Sorry. I was back there trying to figure out how to reprogram my Alexa to respond to Bone. Bone, add Cheerios to the grocery list. Bone, rescue the hostages.
Oh, wow.
Dave Haddock, 'cause we don't have that in the narrative.
He's got to
I'm gonna
poke the
find you.
bear, you know that.
Guys, that's it for day one of CitizenCon. What'd you think?
You know Jared's got to poke the bear.
That is a heck of a day one. You want to do it again tomorrow? We saw Star Engine and all the amazing improvements that are coming to Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay. We saw the ship guys.
Just so short.
And of course, come on, the star map, the interior map, everything. I often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things. We need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us working for Cloud Imperium Games, been like, when Star Map? When? To see it. So good. So yeah, this wraps up day one. I'm going to tell you that Hall B is going to be open for about another 2 hours. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the Pyro Playground and all that stuff, go ahead and do that. Tomorrow, be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it. If you thought the opening to day one was hot, check out the opening to day two. We got life in the first person. We got our FPS crew. They're going to show you how all of these things integrate into the FPS combat experience.
Tomorrow's the second
we got
part.
Taking Flight with Yogi. Who doesn't
Character
love Yogi?
customization.
It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight.
Well,
and
he was talking about the
atmospheric flight
character
experience.
customization
It's been
tool.
developed with master modes and through Squadron 42. We got Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, a two-part look at all the new locations that are coming in the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and
Oh God, he's gonna tease. Yeah, I think that's.
I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10.
Yeah, apparently it
everybody,
seems like he's really
bottom
kind
of
of
my
holding
heart,
back on
standing
something.
here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible. Thank you for joining
Now,
us.
what
for
it is,
CitizenCon.
who knows?
Come back
Could it be
tomorrow,
an
11
announcement
a.m.
that Nix
Pacific.
is going
We'll
to
see you
follow
then.
shortly
Day
behind
one was
Pyro? We
great.
don't know,
You ain't seen nothing yet.
but we'll find out tomorrow. All right, and of course that wraps up day number 1 of CitizenCon. And definitely a lot of great information as we have found out that we have the Zeus Mark II coming. We've got the Drake Cutter Scout in-game and playable and is with its paints already there and set to go. So get those on the pledge store, already setting up and purchasable. Not sure what the loaders are going to be for the Zeus yet, but expect that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Connie or something. Cargo running between Stanton and Nix will be interesting. Yes, I mean, cargo running between Stanton and any outer system will definitely be interesting, that's for sure. So, but a lot of great information. Of course, you'll be able to catch the VOD on Twitch here from Star Citizen for anything that you might have missed. You can also check out the VOD here on my channel for anything that you might have missed as well. And ton of great information and great visuals that we got to see for different things there.
It's all about the belly.
It's all about the what?
It's all about the belly.
Well, is there any inclination you got there in the show as to what he is refraining from saying?
I have no idea.
Because it definitely, and some people in chat mentioned, it seems like he's really holding back on telling us about something. So,
there's definitely something he's holding back, but we have no idea.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Of course, hopefully there'll be more information tomorrow during day 2. The star map looks freaking absolutely phenomenal. You know, we've got to make fun of the bone thing, just like Jared did with renaming his Alexa and everything. Biker Scout, it's my pleasure, and appreciate you guys all being here. And of course, you know, as far as, are you guys going to be sticking around for the next couple hours and checking out some more of the pyro system and all that?
There's a very long line for pyro right now, so we might, if it's open tomorrow, we'll do it tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I would imagine they're going to be running it over both days and everything, because everybody's going to want to get their hands on that as much as possible. But what was, as far as like you guys, what was the most exciting thing for you guys to learn today?
Well, Star Map's definitely very huge. Can we get that before Daymar Rally, please?
Yeah, really. Well, J-Scale mentioned we didn't see anything that indicated you're going to have directional markers in ground vehicles.
No, but you can pin places on the planet itself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would definitely... And I was thinking about that for Daymar also. Everybody just pins their own thing. You don't have to have the swarm of markers.
And of course, I've already bought all 4 ships for today, so...
Oh, yeah, I got all mine, too. I made sure to hold on to store credit to get that stuff. So I am all set. I got the 3-pack of Zeus, and I got the cutter, which I'm not going to be able to get in game right after this because I got to go let Betty's dogs out. But as soon as I'm back from doing that, I am going to be getting in and checking out the Drake Cutter Scout. We will probably stop the stream while I go take care of the dogs because I don't know how long it'll take me to do that. But we may kick the stream back off after I get back and we can get in and check out the Scout and do some gameplay on that. Maybe a little bit more work with the A1 and the F8s. So we may do that yeah, I would say we probably do that in no more than 2 hours. We'll be back at the most, maybe an hour and a half, depending on how long the dogs need to go out. As far as tomorrow, what are you looking forward to the most for the panels tomorrow there, H3? Oh, did we lose H3?
Sorry, a little noisy here.
No problem. What panels are you looking forward to the most tomorrow?
Can't find the best talk button. I don't know. I haven't actually looked at tomorrow's schedule yet, so I will have an opinion definitely tomorrow, though.
Ah, definitely always a good thing. And also, H3 is obviously a constant on our streams and always jumping in and helping us out. And he's a member of the org and the Discord and all that. And don't forget to check out his page on Etsy for some amazing Star Citizen artwork that you can order for your own home in different formats, as well as some digital artwork that he's got there. I'm going to put the link in the chat for that, but definitely check it out. It is well worth it, and well worth the money, and gorgeous artwork to say the least. Let's get a copy of that. And definitely, even the acrylic one that he has for offer on there, you can actually get some LED lights to backlight that. And it looks gorgeous. Actually, I have a copy of it myself in the game room here. And it looks gorgeous. I'll show you what it looks like here in just 1 second.
Well, the Scout has 2 bulldogs with 118 shots in each one of them.
All right, and actually, there we go. That's the link there. I accidentally copied too much text, but that is the link there. we're going to go ahead and open this here. And this is the artwork that H3 created here. Again, you can get it in different quality posters. Comes in acrylic. Did you have a metal option or something, or was it a metal frame?
I do have a metal option. I had to reduce the sizes because the larger one would just not ship.
Oh, okay. Well, it's absolutely fantastic artwork. Check it out. Give an order. Help support H3's Etsy there. You'll definitely enjoy it. I have it on my wall. It looks amazing. And visit that link there to get your copy of it is Star Citizen specific, because that is the Star Citizen artwork there that he created. So give that a check out and get your copy of that. Aside from that, you guys going to enjoy the rest of the California weather, I take it, for the rest of the day. Now you got a little bit of time, because right now it's only about 4 or 5 o'clock your time, isn't it?
It is only that time. That is correct.
So go get some In-N-Out burger or something. I heard they call it In-N-Out because it goes in and comes out very quickly shortly after each other.
You know, I've heard that same thing.
But I want to thank H3 and Anril and Vumik for their help from the convention, and hopefully they'll find time to check in with us tomorrow as well. But I'm going to go ahead and sign off here for the night, and we'll be back in about an hour and a half, 2 hours with the guys that are able to get on and play. We'll check out the Drake Cutter Scout. We'll check out some more with the A1, as well as maybe see if we can tell what the loaner was for the Zeus. And I want to thank everybody again for jumping in with us. Don't forget, get your entries in for this month's giveaway, which is going to be the RSI Aurora MR Starter Pack. Just subscribe on the relative channel that you're on viewing, and we'll be pulling that November 1st. Don't forget to keep an eye on your notification, because there is a 48-hour time period to claim that prize. And always feel free to jump on our Discord and catch up with us on or off stream. We welcome everybody. And if you're thinking about getting an org, check out Amrock's Fang. Link is in the bio. But you don't have to be in the org to get onto the Discord. And don't forget that if you're thinking about getting a Star Citizen, use that referral code on the bottom of the screen. It actually will get you an extra 5,000 AUEC when you sign up. But right now, through October 19th, you will also get a Consolidated Outland Hover Quad. And that's going to be free for you to keep. It's fully upgradable, and it's a great little ship to jump off of if you want to get some additional ships, or just have a nice little ground vehicle to scoot around in. It's got LTI, and it's free of charge when you use that referral pack. But again, I want to thank everybody for being here with us, and we will take a look and see if there's anybody we can do a raid on before we head out for a short spell. Let's see who is out there.
Everybody have a great evening, a great day, or a great morning.
You too, H3, and enjoy your trip out there. Tell Admiral we said hello, and you guys enjoy your evening, and we will see you tomorrow.
We'll catch you then.
All right, take it easy, buddy.
Later.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and just pop in on Blasphemous. Oh, wait, hopefully it's not a restream. Let's go back. I think that's a restream. Let's go ahead and we'll pop in on Salty Mike. We've never popped in on him before. And check back in with us here in about an hour and a half, and we'll check out the new Drake Cutter. Everybody, we will see you soon.